Amelia, I'm not gonna yell at you. I'm not gonna remove you as mod. Calm down.
Who thinks they're getting removed?
Amelia, she said if you remove me as a mod, because she already is one, she was gonna yell at me.
Why the hell would we remove her? We need all hands on deck. Get your shit together.
Just for that, removed. Just kidding.
Don't come in here messing around. Because remember...
Do I have my mods now? I mean, I got some. I can add you more as I go. Okay. Are you playing a song?
Are you going to?
I got it.
I can't. Okay, you got it? Okay. Awesome. So.
You can't put the bullet back in the gun.
Whenever you get it queued up,
Once
I'll
you
mute.
light the fuse, you know all that you can do is wrong.
I turned my Bluetooth off, no wonder.
So many people know your secrets. I know the one.
Are you done?
If you're ready, I'm done.
All right. A little bit of deja vu, but then I'll have something to say. Let everybody get in here. It's 5:30, folks. Get cozy.
Once you pull the trigger, you can't put the bullet back in the gun. Once you light the fuse, you know all that you can do is run.
Holy shit, there's a lot of people in here.
So many people know you.
I told you I was in the streets. Spreading the word.
You're gonna be broken in pieces. When the truth comes out, when the truth comes out, you can run, but you know it's ending. At the bottom of the grave, you're digging out. When the truth comes out, yeah, you know this is just the beginning. Lights crumble down when the truth comes out. Lights crumble down when the truth comes out. You can try to cover up the lies, but I know the truth. Yeah. You can hide in darkness, but the light will find its way through. Yeah. When the truth comes out, when the truth comes out, you can run, but you know it's ending. At the bottom of the grave, you're digging out. When the truth comes out, yeah, you know this is just the beginning. Lights crumble down when the truth comes out. Lights crumble down when the truth comes out. Once you pull the trigger, you can't put the bullet back in the gun. When the truth comes out, when the truth comes out, you can run, but you know it's ending. At the bottom of the grave, you're digging out. When the truth comes out, yeah, you know this is is just the beginning. Lights crumble down when the truth comes out. Lights crumble down when the truth comes out.
Great googly moogly already.
You're a monster.
I can see the truth. No, you don't have to lie to me. Don't fill your head with things and think you're free. I can smell the fear. I think you made it clear. Yeah, I could be Ruby in a movie.
Okay. Sorry. I had a warning as soon as the end of that song started, or the end of that song happened. It said that I couldn't do static images, so apparently it's not going to let me sit here with that. So we'll be fine. I'll just be a gingerbread. Okay. Let me get some background music, and we'll just let the background music play very low. Okay. All right. So, before we get started, I have a couple things I want to say. All right? So, this is going to set the tone for our conversation tonight. Tonight, we're going to have people in our panel that we used to not agree with. At times, we've been on the opposite sides, and we've seen things very differently. But people grow, situations change, and new information leads to new understanding. The past is the past, but that doesn't mean that we're ignoring it. If there is misunderstandings to clear up, accountability to take, or apologies to make, those conversations are welcome tonight. Moving forward often starts with acknowledging there's things that went wrong. Tonight isn't a bash session. It's about discussion, understanding, and giving people opportunity to share their experience and perspectives. Now, Mikki was invited tonight and is welcome to participate if she so chooses, which from what I understand, she is coming. When Mikki is in a box speaking, I've instructed my mods to turn off the comments so Mikki can focus on her conversation. That's only if Mikki is speaking and if Mikki is having a conversation with someone else. The comments will be on otherwise. We will be respectful in this chat and to Mikki and to the other mods that are coming in here. Okay? I'm going to give everybody the opportunity to speak best I can. All right? Big thing that we ask is we are not bringing in family issues. We're not bringing up her issues with her personal life. This is about what we see here on this app and what we are normally discussing. This isn't personal attacks for her, okay? Disagreement is welcome. Personal attacks are not. I've already had a talk with my moderators about removing extremely rude and disrespectful comments. So again, is it too loud? I'm trying to just have something light in the background.
No, your sound is perfect. We can hear you perfectly, and you can hear that. It's perfect, honestly.
Okay. All right. I just wanted something so it wasn't complete silence at all times. What was I saying? Oh, the mods have been instructed to remove any rude, disrespectful, disruptive comments. So please, everybody, be respectful and fair in this chat. I guess that's all I have to say. We're here to understand each other's positions, not to win. So, again, let's not celebrate anybody's default, like, faults and anything that we're trying to do here. Did I cover everything, you think?
Absolutely. Respect is key, and we plan on being as respectful as you are to us, and that's how we will proceed. I would like to say that we are going to give Mickey's daughter, Broken, the floor first.
Yeah, we're going to let Broken speak, and then we'll bring up Pauline and whomever else was speaking with Pauline. And then Mikki is to be coming around 6 o'clock, and she's welcome to then take a box and speak her side, and then we'll do conversation questions after everyone gets their word out. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yeah, we will try to get your questions the best we can. Our moderators will be helping with that as well. So keep that in mind. Sometimes you might have to write it more than once. Please do not ask us to scroll back and find your comment. This chat is going quickly, so you may have to rewrite it. Keep that in mind. I thank you for your cooperation, and Broken, please proceed.
Okay, first off, thank you, BS and Monkey specifically, for having this live. I'm very curious, like I'm sure a lot of people are. I wrote this, I don't know if you want to call it a letter or just like a statement. I'm going to try to get through it as quickly as I can, but I feel like it's very important for me to give my perspective before anyone else speaks. And before I proceed, this isn't attacking anybody or anything of that sort. I'm just sharing my perspective and the things I experienced. So yeah, for those not familiar with who I am Mickey's daughter. I prefer to go by Broken on TikTok, but I understand some people don't want to call me that. So A is something people can refer to me by. Either one works. I don't care. To begin with, like many people, this announcement was news to me. I have no involvement in this meeting today, but I wanted to share this. And after I said my piece, I will step down and not speak again in the live and simply listen and observe. Before the moderators begin and share their information and perspectives, I would like to read this with everyone present. I'm sure many people have similar sentiments as well, so I ask just not to be interrupted and allow to speak and say what I have on my mind. For simplicity's sake, I'm not going to name any individual, but those who were involved can speak for themselves should they wish. I am, again, in no way attacking the moderators choosing to speak up today, but I hope they can understand that the large majority of people present have skepticism. And I just have to ask, why now? Why did it take so long to speak up about my mom if there were concerns? Why wait so long? This may be answered throughout the live, so please don't feel obligated to answer it immediately, but just keep in mind it's probably what we're all going to wonder. I also want to share my perspective of things. There have always been more personal things at stake for me, and I just feel like these things need to be aired out to release any animosity and to just ensure that I'm heard. To start, there have probably been clips circulating around that was before I even joined TikTok, and it was on my mom's live. From that moment when I spoke and gave my concerns, I was heavily criticized by multiple individuals in her chat. This initial interaction gave me a very negative connotation, and because of it, even if the moderators in question meant it as a joke, it was immediately established that she was being enabled. While it is true that I could have acted more mature in some situations and some interactions, I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that I was told to fuck off, called a bitch, had my intelligence mocked by it being said I have only half a brain on separate occasions. There were cow emojis used in the chat as means to body shame me, and I was mocked and told to just, quote, get a boyfriend, while the assumption was made with no context of who I am or my sexuality. All because I have shared and expressed concerns that my mom's behavior is growing rapidly unusual. To this day, there has been no attempt made from a good majority of these people to reach out and have a civil conversation. So that is where my skepticism stems from. Again, while not all the moderators are guilty of this, I hope you can understand the mental strain this whole situation has caused me. I allowed myself to be vulnerable and shared my past to explain why what my mom is doing scares me. None of you have the idea how hard and the strength and courage it took to do what I've done. Speaking out and making my account was probably the hardest things. The day I filed a 202A petition to have my mom mentally evaluated was also one of the hardest days of my life, second only to losing my dad in November 2023. And the following day of her release, her moderators were fluffing her up in her chat, and in my opinion, laughing and mocking the decision I made. In my opinion, it only encouraged her and reinforced that she was in the right and I was just a horrible person for doing it and a bad daughter. With that, I posed my second question. Why were some of you so antagonistic when it came to my mom's mental health? Why did none of you step back and think, I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I should encourage her to seek help. Why did none of you reach out to me directly? To be frank, I am disappointed that many people have never reached out to me. If the account was blocked, it's not like there are workarounds like creating an alternate TikTok account or another workaround such as having someone message me on their behalf. At the end of April, my mental health has plummeted and it's taken multiple therapy sessions, adjustments to my medications, and time to regain my footing. It is something I still struggle with to this day. There have been many points where I feel like a failure, still do every day when I wake up because I haven't been able to get through to my mom, and she now despises me. And in my perspective, I consider those people who enabled her as roadblocks. And, my own mother has told me I'm dead to her and that I lost her. She has raised her voice at me in several occasions, such as last night, if people heard that. With that being said, I just want to thank those who have supported me to this day. I understand it seems like I'm taking sides, but it's never been that way in my opinion. I've felt heard and protected and able to express criticism in a healthy manner. It's been a heartbreaking journey, one that I never anticipated being on, but I just wanted to express what I am thankful for. For those who listen to me, I feel validated. I've been encouraged to pursue more creative outlets, not because of this situation with my mom, but rather in spite of it. Anyway, that is all I have to say. Thank you guys for hearing me out. I am very curious how tonight's conversation is going to go. And I apologize if this took too much time, but that's all I had to say. If anyone has questions, I'll answer it in the chat. But I'm going to step down now. But yeah, thank you guys for letting me speak out.
Thank you, Broken. That's really well said.
Thank you.
I just want to say that she would be allowed as much time as she needed.
Yeah.
This really, for all intents and purposes, her and Mikki are the ones affected the most by what's going on here. So I appreciate you coming up here and speaking your piece. I appreciate you listening to what everybody has to say. I know it's hard for you. And if you have things you want to say during this, you are more than welcome to get back in a box and say whatever your heart desires. That is totally up to you. You ask for a box, you will be put directly into one.
Yeah, I told her today she is always welcome in my lives and in a box if she needs a space to speak. I never see any reason why I should tell her no. Unless she's going to talk on me, and then that's different, and, Anyway.
Then we'll fight. We'll do that.
Are our other guests ready to come up? Okay, I see Pauline. Is anybody else ready to come up as Pauline? Are we just doing this one at a time? You all let us know how you want to handle this.
Do y'all want to be together?
Sean can, I'm sure Sean's ready to come up as well.
Okay.
Got it.
Just let's keep in mind, let's not try to talk over one another. I'm the worst,
Yeah.
so I'm going to try to keep myself on mute a lot. So just keep that, because not because of anything other than people are nosy and they want to hear what you have to say. Okay, that's all.
Your cameras are not required whatsoever. Britt, are you wanting to come up or no? This is your guys' time. You will have the floor. I don't know if you guys want to speak one at a time, your story at a time. All of you tell the story together. It's however you want to do it.
Sean, did you want to speak up and say anything first after Broken just speaking?
Okay, Britt.
Yeah, actually. So to answer your first question, it's not an easy answer as to why now. I don't think, honestly, it's not an easy thing to answer, and my answer to that is the universe and divine time. I think now is the time. A lot of people have been speaking out. Not only the people speaking out, but we started noticing patterns. We started noticing, and I first before I go any further, I want to say, because I know Mickey's going to be listening, I mean no disrespect. I'm not here to bash her. I'm not here to shame her. I'm only here to speak the truth, and that's all I want to do. I want to answer questions that people have, and I want to clear my name, because I do know and I do feel that my name has been trashed. I feel that people have been told lies about me. I feel people have been told stories about me that are not true, and people have an outlook on me that is not the right outlook. And before I go any farther, I do want to take 100% responsibility for everything and all my actions that I have done. I have been doing shadow work. I've been working on myself. I have been reaching out recently to people, apologizing. I have faced reality. I do realize some people that I apologize will not accept my apology, and I understand that and I accept that. But I do at least want people to hear us out. And again, as far as why now, because the final straw was the Britney reading, and sorry if I get emotional, but the part that did it for me was when Mikki told that girl that if she would not have went to work, that she could have saved her fiance and that baby, and that's not true. That's not true at all, and that broke my heart for her to give false hope to somebody like that. And I do realize that she's done that in the past, and I have been blind to it, and I've enabled stuff like that. But I did not realize at the time what I was doing until I actually took a step back. I started having conversations with other people, and we started comparing notes and realizing that what we were seeing for face value is exactly what we were seeing for face value, no matter what we were being told behind the scenes.
Can I interrupt you for just 1 second? There's a lot of questions in the chat about who you
Go
are.
ahead. I'm not even reading the chat. Sorry.
I just want you to clarify who you are. They keep asking, are you this person? Are you that person? You are Sean. What do you want us to call you?
I am Sean. My real name is Sean. I do want to make one other thing clear why I'm here. There is a false narrative and a false story going around. I'm going to be respectful, and I'm not going to name any names and throw anyone under the bus. They will know who they are. They have been passing around a false story for several months that my name is Sean, but that is me. But I do not work at Walmart. I've never worked at Walmart, and the person that they have been harassing is not me. So take that for face value, but I want to say that because if what this person has said is true, has any truth to what they've said, this person said they've reached out to this person's employer, they've had conversations with their boss and tried to get this person fired, and that's a little bit stepping over the line to try to get someone fired when you don't even know if that was really that person or not, and this was an innocent person.
As you know, I want to be clear about this. That is not anything that Monkey nor I have ever done,
nor
instructed or influenced in any manner. In fact, we speak against that all the time.
To clear the air, that was done months before BS before they ever
It's
came on the
fine.
scene.
Either way, it doesn't
That
bother me.
was a narrative put out there months before you guys even came in the picture. And I'm sorry, I don't remember what Broken's second question was.
I believe it was something about when she came out of the facility. I don't want to call it a psych ward because that's not what those things are. When she came out of the mental health facility, she felt that you all encouraged and like whipped up her behavior even more. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but something along those lines. Am I correct?
So,
Chad?
I mean, in a way, yes, we were hyping it up, trying to rub it in people's face, like, haha, you know, she's not mental, she doesn't have, you know, mental issues like you guys claim that she does, haha, she got let out, you know. So yes, in a way it was like a rub it in the face, but it wasn't like, I had no intentions of disrespecting, and I'm trying to be very careful because I'm trying to be respectful. I don't want to talk on family issues and personal things, so I'm trying to be careful and not talk about it, but just Broken, there's a lot that I would like to talk to you about. If you would unblock me and we could have an adult conversation, I think it would be very, very beneficial for both of us. So as far as me bullying people, Divine, I guess that, me writing Ruth, that I should not have done. I do not consider that harassing. Her responding back because she did not like what I said when we had several conversations in the past, that to me was her reflecting and deflecting, not wanting to answer the question, or questions that I had. I don't really consider that I was harassing her. And as far as the other person that put the narrative out there that I work at Walmart and I'm not who I am, she also put out a lot of false narratives too. So, yeah. Harassing comments. I mean, we're not going to play this nitpick. That's not what this is about. We're not here to nitpick. Oh, you harassed this person, At the end of the day, we all have done wrong. We all have said things about each other that we should not have said. So nobody is above anybody when it comes to anybody harassed somebody or bullied somebody or said something negative about anyone, because at the end of the day, we're all guilty about that. Let's be real.
That's very true.
Let's be honest with ourselves when it comes to that. We've all done it. We're all guilty of it. Whether it's smart little snarky comments that you're making about Mikki and her readings, or a smart comment that you're making towards somebody that you don't like or somebody that you do like. I mean, harassing is harassing, bullying is bullying. I mean, at the end, we can nitpick it, but like I said, we've all done it.
I try really hard not to be, any kind of bullying. I have for 3 days on an alternate account. I freely admit that. I think that's what she wants me to stop doing when she asks for me to stop talking about her, which I will do. I was basically doing everything that she says that we were doing
And
to show her.
And as BS, I don't know if you seen my comment earlier. I didn't realize you had this account back, but I did send you a message on your bitch pudding account this morning. And I also talked to Monkey and I gave her a brief description of everything. But oh my God, there's just so much. Oh my God, my mind is just going 100 miles a minute.
Okay, well, why don't we start with let's get back to what you guys had planned to talk about. And then after we get through that, we can, we can talk about other stuff, you can get to your initial story.
Pauline can go ahead and go next.
For the people in the chat, just remember that we are here moving forward and learning lessons. That's what we're doing here. So we also all have to kind of take a little step back and think if these are really the hills we want to be dying on with all this petty tit for tat bullying things that happened in the past. Okay?
Exactly. That's why I said we're not here for that. We're trying to mend our wrongs and make things right. We're trying to move forward. We want to succeed. We want to bring Mikki along. We want to see her succeed. And quickly, another question that just popped into my mind about Broken, and ask about why we didn't support the mental health stuff. I just want everyone to know, just because I wasn't out publicly rooting for Mikki to be getting help and to get mentorship and go develop, I want everyone to know I, behind the scenes in text messages and phone calls, was rooting for that and have constantly been rooting for that, and I still am. And I have been an advocate 100% for her and her daughter to mend their relationship. I have been an advocate and pushing for that. So I want to clear the air on people thinking that I'm trying to divide them, because I'm doing the total opposite, and I'm trying to get them back together.
Well, that's something we can agree on.
Okay. So I'm going to just say everything from my point of view from the beginning. I won't worry about answering any questions. I explain that I can't keep up with the chat because it's too much of a flicker in my eyes. So I'm just going to go ahead and say everything. Then I'll let the other guys come back in and fill in gaps or whatever else they want to. I will just say, because her name's going to come up, that the other person that this did involve is Melinda, who you all know has been a friend of Mikki's for quite a while now. So that was the other person that this just does involve. No, she has never been a mod, but you know that she
Okay,
was a close
I'm glad
friend.
you know you're here. If you want a box after, you will be allowed your ability to speak on it as well.
So where this starts from my point is I myself noticed that things just didn't seem to be adding up to me myself. I, with another mod that is not even here, has not been affiliated with Mikki's page for a long time, before we even became a group chat, meaning myself, Mikki, Melinda, and Britt, and Sean. Her and I started picking up on a few things, but I wasn't completely sure. So I was brand new to TikTok when I found Mikki's page, and I got my reading. Within 2 weeks, I was modded, and I still didn't really understand how TikTok and everything worked. But anyway, I started noticing some things about when we got to this group chat. We, for a good couple of months before Brittany's read, were trying to get through to Mikki. In the group chat, we have the messages. We were trying to speak to her about how long her sessions would go, where she would sit out for so long, 8 and 10 hours at a time. We were trying to speak to her about maybe shortening her, having the shorter reads instead of going for the hour and longer. We tried to speak to her about how she navigated her readings, about how she spoke during her readings, about what she spoke about how it was not okay to speak about a lot of the things she spoke about. Anything we put out there, we got knocked back. It was always no. It was always, yeah, but no, yeah, but no. We told her to ignore the harassment she was getting, the comments that she was getting. We told her, just ignore it, don't worry about it. We would be in her live while it was going on, and behind the scenes we would be personally messaging her, ignore it, don't worry, they're baiting you, ignore it. Yet we would get told yes privately, but she would still continue just to keep going on and on about it in her live. We would tell her, don't do this, you know, it doesn't look good, don't do that. And it didn't matter what we said. Just like as for controlling her live and it being all us, you know, that it was us that controlled it. No, it wasn't us that controlled it. We numerous times would mute or block if we thought that it was in need to be, if there was, you know, nastiness, rudeness, whatever else, and we would actually get in trouble for doing that. We would get told not to. We did not have much control at all over that. I myself got muted quite a few times for saying things that were not liked. I myself left the live quite a few times because of it. When we realized we couldn't get through to her, it was like, seriously, what are we supposed to do? Because nothing we were saying was getting through. And then, as Sean mentioned, Britney's read came up. And I think that was like, what the hell? You know, like, what the hell did you just do? That is not okay. And it really, really hit home badly in a different way with every one of us. And it was not okay. And, you know, to even talk about it amongst us, it still sickens us, and it's still, it was a big turning point for us, and we just said, no, none of us could support her any longer or what she stood for. I had started talking, we all talked, and she knew, because she quite a few times had talked with us. She knew that we all talked as a group. She also knew that we all talked individually. We all became friends, and we all talked individually. Go back to mid-April, maybe a bit further back for Melinda. Melinda got very sick. Now, I'm saying this because I know that, well, a lot of people know anyway, because Mikki went ahead and announced it on her live quite a few times. Mikki has said on her live, Melinda's very sick. Pauline's very sick. Melinda's ill. Pauline's ill. Brittany's got personal stuff going on. None of us gave her permission to say that on her live. That is our business, and she had no right to say that on her live. If we want people to know what's going on, that's for us to say. And that's not being disrespectful to anyone at all that's out there, but that is our business. That she had no right to keep continuously telling her live that what was going on with us. So Melinda, this good friend, this good friend of hers, was sick, very, very ill for so long, well over a month. I knew, because I'm a proper friend that kept checking in to genuinely see how she was concerned. Not once in well over a month did Mikki contact her. She did not even know she was sick. I then I started having my seizures a lot more. I started becoming quite ill and had decided that I was going to take a step back from the live, and I made an announcement in our group chat that I was going to. It wasn't until one of the other guys commented that Mikki even acknowledged that I was going to do that. I said I would still check in and everything, and that was mid-April, and I never went back permanently as a mod after that because I became quite ill myself. Now, since then, the four of us, myself, Sean, Britt and Melinda, we have spoken nearly, some of us every day, but the four of us have kept in constant contact, checking in on each other, you know, talking about what's been going on, but in our personal lives as well. We are friends. We have kept in contact. Yes, in that whole time I have been sick and Melinda has been sick and the both of us are still not well, there has probably been a handful, and when I say a handful, I'm saying 5 times maybe, that Mikki has ended up contacting us. In that 5 times, yes, she would say, "Hi, how are yous?" But then the conversation would turn to, "Oh, I miss you in my life," not, "I miss talking to you. I miss our chats. Oh, I miss our phone calls. I miss you in my life." Or, "Oh, I wanted to speak to you about my hair." Or with others, "Oh, I was going to see if you could do this for me," to stir up trouble. Now, that's not a friend. When you're asking and then turning it straight into something about for you, that's not a friend. That's an ulterior motive. On top of that, she knows that we all talk, but she would tell us all a different story about the same thing, knowing that we all talk to each other. And then when she was confronted with it, she would still lie about it. Now, she was told how sick myself and Melinda were, and she was also told that when we felt well enough, we were going to speak to her, because Melinda and I have both decided, no, enough's enough. We need to, we just had come to her readings after she went on her break to better herself. Her readings have gotten worse and worse every single day. They have gotten worse, and I know I'm not speaking for myself here when I say every single one of us have just gone, yeah, no way. She has just completely lost whatever she did have. There's just no ethics, and I'm not bashing here. I'm just saying there is no ethics, there is no moral, there's no connecting. Half of the readings are spent on herself, half of the readings we just do not support it at all anymore. It's been a while us trying to, I guess I have wanted to come up, and what was holding me back were the others, because I know they've been friends with Mikki a lot longer, and I know it was a lot harder for them, but it was getting to a stage where we just couldn't let it keep going with watching what she was doing every time she had someone up there reading, because it was just getting worse and worse. Now, Mikki tried to contact me the other night, your time. It was Thursday night. It was daytime over here for me, but as I said, I have been quite ill. I didn't answer the phone, and she messaged me, and I missed the message. I have now found out what I was doing at the time, and I was actually in an appointment. I was at a doctor's appointment. I came home and I went straight to bed when I got home. The next day, I was talking to Sean as he was going to work, like Sean and I quite often did. If I was feeling up to it, I have insomnia, I don't sleep much, so this is when I would mainly talk to the others. I was talking to Sean, who happened to be messaging with Mikki at the time, and just happened to mention that he was talking to me. Mikki didn't like that, and I got blocked immediately by Mikki. Immediately, because I was speaking with Sean and had not answered her the day before. That was the final straw for me. That's a friend. That's what you call a friend. Because I was talking to Sean and did not answer her phone call. Then she gets on yesterday and says how much of a great friend she was to us, you know, I'm backstabbing her, I'm this, I'm that. You know, hello, you blocked me, Mikki. You gave me no choice but to come somewhere else to speak out. I couldn't contact you. Then you get upset because apparently, which is not the case, you think that I came straight out and accused you of being on D drugs. I think that's how we've got to say it on here. Last night, no, I did not. I did not say that at all. I said I have been around many people. I have lived in that situation. I said, and whether it is prescribed medication or what, I said, you have the same thing going on as people that have been on D-rugs. Not once did I accuse you of that. So last night, after that happened, and after the incident with Broken, I had my phone unblocked by Mikki. I had a message sent to me telling me how disgusting of a friend I am, how, you know, bad I was for coming over to use to speak, and then I was reblocked again. So once again, this is the choice I was given. So if that makes me a bad friend, and I was told, at least I have 2 friends now. Well, thank you, Monkey, and thank you, BS. And I appreciate that I have 2 friends now. This is why I'm over here speaking. You made your bed. This is why I'm here. I'll let one of the others speak now and then I can add in more later. Go, Britt. I'll mute myself now.
I think Broken wanted a box.
I think she was wanting to come back up for a second.
Are you in there, Broken? Request again if you didn't. If you did earlier and it's gone.
And Britt, when you get ready to talk, can you like explain who you are, who you were there, who you were, like, just give a brief explanation of who you are so they can, understand what you're talking about. Because then they all start asking questions, so we can cover that right off the bat.
There we go.
Okay,
After
sorry.
Broken speaks, you can go ahead and start. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make this really quick. But Melinda, I know we talked directly, but again, I just, I wanted to apologize for like the interaction I had with you. For context, I had just woken up that day and all of a sudden there was a random stranger in my perspective, just at my house. And it was just another reason why what my mom was doing was so worrying. She was giving people, I'd never met, our address, which I know, it's easy to find someone's address, but it's nothing personal. And it was very lovely how my mom's hair came out and everything. But it was just, I just began to get paranoid that she would start bringing in other random people to our house. So that was another reason that I just got so upset and worried. And it was just something I wish that was also taken into account by interactions I had with my her moderators. But again, Melinda, I am sorry for how like cold and upset I was that morning you were here. Well, I guess it was afternoon. And but yeah, again, the hair turned out really lovely. You are super talented. The stuff that you crochet looks very awesome. But yeah, that's just, I don't know if people have talked about that, but it's just, I just think it's something else that needs to be addressed too. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Thank you for letting me come back up for a second.
Thank you, Broken. Okay, Britt.
All right, my turn. So I don't know. I had found Mikki like last January or something like that. And I had gotten a read from her, which at the point I thought was okay. But as time goes on, like you can't see patterns until you see more than one. So that's kind of where that was at. But I eventually ended up coming her a mod. I don't remember when I got it. But anyway, I'm going to fast forward until last night when Mikki found out that Pauline was in the box. And we had heard that she went just like she does, saying, I would never do what you guys are doing to me. And I tried to talk to you guys and I didn't get nothing back and blah, blah, blah. But yesterday was when she was talking to Sean, and Sean had told her that, oh, I'm on my way to work. I'm talking to Pauline. And then Mikki got mad because Pauline was talking to Sean. So then I got unmodded for it. But I'm not going to say anything because I wasn't modding really in the first place anyway. And then yesterday, I don't know what time, it was before Pauline had gotten on, and she had blocked me for no reason. No message, no, hey, I heard Pauline did this. What the hell? Nothing. So I didn't even get a chance to talk to her or figure out where her head was. But anyway, the past like 3 months prior to Brittany's reading again, we had been telling her, you need to chill out with what you're saying. You need mentorship. You need to do these things if you want to stay on TikTok. Your ball is rolling down the hill and it's going fucking fast. And if you don't do something to change it, it's going to be the end of you on here. Oh, yeah, I know, she said. Okay, well, obviously she didn't listen until, I don't know, I think it was the day that you guys came up and Rachel and Shay came up too. And that's when she started the quote unquote mentorship. And she had told us that us mods, that she had already gotten mentorship by Stouffer. So we were under the impression like, okay, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Great for you. Come to find out, because I've been in this live under Jorge for since January. I don't know. And it's just a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie. She still never got mentorship. She's still not talking to anybody, getting help or guidance or classes or anything, as much as she's saying that, oh yeah, I'm talking to people. I have people helping me. She doesn't. And like Pauline was saying earlier, that she knows that, before the kind of separation with Brittany reading, because we all kind of like stepped away at that point. Like Pauline and Sean said, that was like a big straw in the back for all of us. But yeah, I forgot where I was even at because I low key 420 before I came up here. But she just doesn't understand that we were talking one-on-one with all of us. Like she thought that it was her and then like the mods, and we only talked from the mods to her. You know what I'm saying? So when we all started to talk and we realized, oh, well, that's not what she told me. That's not what she told me. That's not what she told me. Well, then it's still like more side eye and side eye and side eye. Oh, I should say, I forgot that Broken asked, what took you so long to come forward? And for me, I think it was, I knew a while back that this wasn't her thing. Like I said, I had seen the patterns. I get it. But like, I wanted to try and help her like any, I guess, people pleaser would. But I wanted to help her and try to like get her better. And it just wasn't happening. I mean, like, all of us were down her throat about getting help and doing what she needs to do. But instead of doing what she needed to do, she just lied and didn't care. She wasn't a friend at all. She never checked on us. She never sent us a text or a call or anything just to like see how we were doing. And if there was a time that we were on the phone and so happened chance that we got a chance to talk about ourselves or we were going to tell her a story, there would be like 5-10 minutes later and we would say something about that story again and she'd be like, wait, what it'd be like, oh, I just told you that story. I just told you I was going to do that. Oh, I don't remember. So even when you're in a conversation with her and she's talking about herself, okay, when you're in a conversation with her and she's listening to a story of somebody else, she's not even paying attention. She just doesn't care. She cares about only herself, and that's it. Otherwise, I mean, I have been gone since the Brittany read, because I'm not going to get into that. And I just kind of stepped away. And there was like maybe 2 times that she had texted me from that reading until now. And both times I told her that I got shit going on and I'm not talking to anybody right now. And that's true. That was true. I'm not talking to nobody. I wasn't talking to Sean or Melinda. I wasn't hanging out with my real life best friends. I wasn't doing any of that. So the fact that she just up and blocked me with nothing, it was like, okay, well, you can't sit here and tell me that, or tell your whole chat that we were friends when you haven't said anything, or you didn't want to check a story or see what the hell it was about. It just mattered that Pauline was talking to Sean, so I got blocked.
But
And that's kind of,
as of
go
late,
ahead.
recently, we've been watching, like, Melinda that's sitting right here right now is the same Melinda that's been, like, paying her for, like, all these family reading, right? Am I crazy?
I don't know, Melinda.
No,
That's
it wasn't
Miranda.
me for family
Okay,
reads and stuff. No,
Oh,
but I
yeah,
did do
what's
readings
going
early
on with
on.
that? What's going on with that?
I don't know.
Miranda?
That's probably Miranda.
Okay,
Because
Miranda.
not me.
Okay, different person. I just wanted to make that clear because that was getting confused in the chat
I'm
as
sure
well.
Melinda and Miranda. Yeah, no, it's Miranda, not
See,
me.
so
Sorry.
okay. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that as
Sure,
well.
sure.
And one of the things that it keeps getting brought up in the chat too is that there were so many bad reads before Brittany. There, just off the top of my head, how about the day that she accused, she had a young lady in there, and she was telling her that her mother had been raped by her uncle, and then the girl was like, "Oh my God, I thought maybe something like that." So then she starts naming uncle names, and then she just picks upon one, like, "Yep, that's the one. That's the one right there." Now we were very concerned while watching that because in my mind, I'm sitting there going, "You could make somebody spin so far out of control that think that their mother." Now, mind you, this mother was passed on. So she has no way to confirm this with anyone, right? But this could make this poor young lady spin out of control, go to her uncle's house, who she confirmed was still, yes, on this earth, and and do something. And she just had no concern about that. Like, did you all watch that? Did you all see that? Like, did that not like click with you? Like, oh my God, this poor girl could go and
Yeah,
unalive a family member over this.
yeah, and we, yes,
But
and
then
And
that's what
there,
we
there's
tried.
more though.
We've
There's so
tried
many.
to
Like,
tell her. Yep.
why was it the Britney one?
right, no,
That's the big question. Like, everybody's just
the
like, why would
the
you
thing
want to go
about
on and help it so much when it was
the
so harmful so far before? Like, that's what people are really having a difficult time with this.
So I think that, I mean, understandably so. I think people are under the misconception that behind the scenes we were like, that was a great read, way to go, holy crap, you got so much
But you
shit,
know
blah, blah,
you're
blah.
watching it.
But,
And you're
right.
saying, hold on, you've said,
No.
you guys have sat here and said, there was no ethics, there was no morals. She's very self-centered. She refers to herself all the time. That was happening all the time. That didn't just start to like be a recent problem. So that's why people are kind of like, like it's difficult for people to wrap their head around that. Like, and then, these people, a lot of them have been seeing this for a long time. And a lot of you have been supporting it for a long time, arguing and fighting and the whole rigmarole behind the scenes. But yet at the same time, you're telling us we've been in her DMs telling her, don't do that. Don't say that. Stop doing that. That's unethical. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, how many times do you have to, like, I guess, correct a grown-ass person, I believe, if not older than a lot of you, damn near the same age, before you go like, my God, this is ridiculous. Like, to me, if I had to say something to somebody who I consider a friend more than once, that's one too many times. Like, at that point, I understand, like, you do not have any, due to the fact that you haven't fixed the issues that I've pointed out, you and I are not really friends because you have no respect for me whatsoever because you're not listening to anything I'm saying. So I'm just trying to, that's what doesn't make sense to me. And that's like, you're telling her. At what point are you like, you know what? You aren't listening to anything because you don't really appreciate what I'm saying to you, nor do you care or have any, her main objective, like at that point, you have to sit back and say to yourself, is milking people for money. And we know she's bullshitting them while doing it. Like, that's where we are like, why did you help the grift? Why was it so not bad enough before that we could have saved Brittany from that horrible, horrible reading that we all sat there and cried about as well? Like, if you guys had gotten on board before that, we could have saved her from that. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, we could have nipped this in the bud long ago.
Well, I mean, we could say that we could have saved someone from getting a terrible reading, and I mean, we could have. We may not have. For me, honestly, I'm very hard-headed. I'm stubborn, and so is Mikki, and I realize that. And for me, I had, and I still do. I really still have hope that she's going to do the right thing.
Hold on, I'm gonna interrupt. Mikki, nobody's made up their mind. This is a conversation that's going.
Right. This is
Mikki, you need to come up here because the fact that you wanted to sit and block me for no reason.
Wait.
Hold on, don't attack.
We're already taking a tone that I don't like. That's not going to get her up here.
Fair. All right.
Yep.
Like, nobody's been doing that, so let's relax.
Yep, she agreed to come in, so let's at least give her the respect that she showed up and she's at least willing to hear everybody out.
Yes.
You can ask for a box whenever she's ready to do that.
And Mikki, I don't know if you got my text, but I got yours. I replied back. No one's bashing you. People speaking how they feel is not bashing you. That's them stating how they feel and how they felt hurt by you and the readings that you have been doing. It's not bashing you.
At some point, that's what you have to understand. That not everything is a personal attack to you. We're trying here. Okay, here we go. Thank you for asking for a box, Mikki. So just so you know, we're all being
Listen, just hold on. Please
this
let
is
me
my
speak
live.
for a second.
This is my live. I need to explain the rules. The rules are, everyone will have their time to speak. You will have your time to speak, unmuted and everything. No one's going to interrupt you. All right? We're going to be respectful. The comments are off so that you can speak and not be distracted. We're not yelling. And as long as you can agree to that, you may now unmute and speak your piece.
I honestly don't know what to say. I don't know why I'm here. Clearly, everybody's made up their mind. I don't know why I'm here. First of all, you guys say because I did not want to bug you guys because you guys were fucking sick. I'm not going to bother somebody that's fucking almost on their deathbed. Okay? So, and secondly, I don't drink. I don't do D-rugs. I don't do anything. And for you guys to accuse me of doing that shit, it's wrong. I don't do that shit. That was my fucking husband. It's not fucking me. I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. I knew this was a bad idea.
Take a
I
breath.
don't.
You're
I don't know. I don't have any. I don't know what to say because you guys have clearly made up your mind about me because I'm such a
Nikki, we're having
horrible
a
person.
conversation. You don't have to. There's nothing to have to say. Like, it's just a natural conversation of back and forth. You know, somebody says something, you have something to say in
No,
response.
I'm such a horrible friend because
No.
I don't like bugging people when they're sick. But okay, I'm such a horrible friend when all I've done is try to help out my so-called fucking friends all the time. But I don't want to bug them when they're fucking sick. But okay,
I can understand that perspective.
if that means I'm a horrible friend, so be it.
No,
you
that's
don't
an
like bugging people
understandable
when they're
perspective.
sick, but when you were sick, you continuously messaged us for 3 days straight. When you were sick, you messaged us for 3 days straight, going on about how sick you were.
Do you understand how stressful that can be to a friendship when you really want them to focus on things for you when they don't feel that you're giving that back to the friendship? That's in real life or on the internet, Mikki?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. All this is. I knew this was going to be a bash fest for me.
It's
I
not
didn't
bad.
know how much it was going to be a bash fest, but this is why I was not going to come.
No,
John told me to come in. I was coming here for him.
This is good. We're having a
No,
very
it's not
calm-
good because you guys
It
already
is.
made up your mind about me.
No.
Yes.
No.
We're trying to.
No, I don't know why I'm here. I
Mikki.
really don't know why I'm here. I really don't know why I'm
Please
here.
mute.
Hold on.
Please mute. Please mute. We're getting a little out of control here. Boxes, one at a time. Go ahead, BS.
I just want to say that we are not bashing. If we already had made our mind up about you, we wouldn't have welcomed you up here to speak on the topic, right? If
but
our
this is the
mind was
thing.
made up,
Never mind.
we would have just said you don't get to speak.
But
So
you
we are
guys are trying
willing
to
to
make
hear
Mikki?
you
yourselves look
out.
good. You guys are
Mikki.
trying to make yourselves look good. That's
Mikki?
part of the problem as well. No, let me speak. Let me say something for a second.
Mikki, please mute. Mikki, please mute.
I want
I'm
to say
asking
one
you.
thing.
Please mute.
How do you think I
Respect
feel
our
Mikki?
you guys
moderator.
making fun of?
Please respect our moderator. Dala is up here to moderate and keep this civil. Please respect that, Mikki. We're trying to do this like civil adults. I just need you to help and participate in that.
And I want to say something so that everyone's aware. It's not like we're like, oh, Dala. She is a professional person. That's why I have enlisted her to help us with this. This is her bag. She knows what she's doing. So please let her mediate us and you. She's a very neutral party.
Mikki, go ahead and unmute, please.
You guys have to understand something. How do you think it makes me feel? You guys have talked about my vagina. You guys have talked about my nose. You guys have talked about my boobs. And let me make one thing clear. I have a back problem. If anybody doesn't give a shit about that, I do. You guys don't know how many times I've come home from work crying because my back hurts so fucking bad. But
Mikki.
yes, please let me fucking talk.
I just want you to take Mikki. I'm not here to bash you or to
I
say
don't even know who
anything.
you are.
I just
I don't even know know who you are. Why are you here? I don't know who
That's
you
why
are.
she's here, because she is a mediator.
I am a neutral party, and I just want you to take a good deep breath
I'm
and have
good.
have an opportunity to speak. I'm not against you. I'm not for you. I am acting as a neutral party at this time.
Well, maybe I would have not acted out if you guys would not comment on everybody's body parts or make fun of my nose that I can't even breathe out of half the time because I had surgery back in 2013 that my nose almost collapsed. How do you think that makes me feel when you guys talk about my vagina or my boobs? I just don't
Mickey,
understand what you guys why you guys
You
do that
speak
to me.
about people
It's
yourself.
not right.
I just want to
Let us
correct something
address
here.
that.
I've never spoken
It's
Yes,
not right.
you
It's not
video
right
of
making
you
fun of people's
pretending
body
to
parts. I'm
birth yourself
sorry.
through a pillow. I never talked about you personally.
you have spoken about others yourself. You on your live yourself have criticized other people's bodies.
In
You have
retaliation of
shamed
what
other
they've said
people's
about in
bodies.
retaliation of what they've said about me only.
Okay, whether
But
it's
I wasn't
Mickey,
retaliation or
saying those
not,
things.
whether it's retaliation or not, you have still done it. So that just goes to show the maturity and mentality of it,
Well,
because
I
you have
apologize,
sat there
Pauline. Please,
yourself
I
and
don't have
done
anything to
it.
say, Pauline. I have nothing to say. Please just leave me alone. I'm here to talk to BS and Corey. Nobody else. All right. To say
I am
what
the
I have
same
to say.
person. BS and Corey are the same person.
Sorry,
Monkey
Monkey and
is a
BS.
separate
Sorry, I'm
person.
sorry. I
I just want to
apologize.
clarify because there's almost 400 people in here. I don't want them confused. I just wanted to clarify that. That's all.
Mickey, we're definitely here to hear your perspective, and we want you to be heard as well as
They've
others.
already made up. I don't have a perspective because they've already made up their mind about me.
This is not a session, though, that where people make up their minds. This is a live for individuals to have an opportunity to speak their perspectives. And now you are in a box, and it's your turn to speak on how you feel, your thoughts and feelings about the situations that have occurred.
I really don't have much to say at the moment. Honestly, I don't know what to say because it's just I don't know. You guys make me out to this heartless person. You guys think I'm this horrible, horrible person, and I'm not. You guys think I'm just out to hurt everybody, and I'm not. You guys have never given me credit for how much I'm trying to change and how much I have changed. It's always negative with you guys. It's never the positive. It's always negative, negative, negative. I don't like negative. I don't want to be negative. I'm not a negative person. That's
Mickey,
all you guys. That's all.
as soon as you came back from your quote unquote break from Brittany, you went downhill faster than a rock off a building, homie. And I mean, you dropped. You didn't have your mods in there modding. You didn't have anything that you had beforehand. And you were panicking, and everybody could see it. And you're not going to sit and say anything different. And now you're at the point where in your readings, you're grasping and trying so hard
Well, you're not
without.
there, Brittany.
No,
You're not there
I'm
half the time. So
talking
how?
now. I'm talking now.
Nikki, please
Thank
mute while
you.
others are talking, Nikki, please. Thank you.
And you want to say you guys aren't taking into consideration all this hard work that I'm doing and everything I'm doing to change. And you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. You can say that you're meditating, but you're not. Me, Pauline, I'm only going to speak for us two. We know when you're lying. We know what you do. We know your mannerisms. I'm sure it's more than just us two. I mean, you gave
It's very
yourself
noticeable.
away. You you don't care about mentorship. You don't care about classes. You don't care about finding somebody that can teach you and help you and guide you. Otherwise, you would have done that. But instead, you said, all right, well, okay, I'll take a 4 or 5 day break and I'll do research on ChatGPT and Google and see what they say. And then after that, I'll come in with a speech and I'll say that speech for 2 weeks and then I'll be done. And then after that, guess where we're at, Mickey? You lost all your mods. You're not going to sit here and say that it's Monkey or BS's fault. You're not going to sit and say that it was Shay's or Rachel's fault. You're not going to sit here and say that it was anybody's fault but your own. Because it's funny, if you look, there's 6 people up here talking to you. And the common denominator is Mickey. It's not Britt. It's not Melinda. It's not Pauline. It's not any of us. You're not going to come up here and say that you're doing all of this work when you're not doing a damn thing. You're not doing anything. You lied to us about Stouffer. You lied to us about getting classes and help. You just flat out lied. So if you feel like you want to respond now, go ahead.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Mikki, would you like to respond? And if we can keep,
No, I don't have anything to say. Sorry.
and when we're talking to Mikki, can we keep our statements as I statements? I'd rather not say we. There may be others involved, but keep it at I statements and not accusatory.
So, Mikki, is your only issue with us that, well, I will say right now, you've exaggerated the talk about your body because we don't do that.
You just talked about my boobs last night. How they're I need a brassiere because my boobs are too big
I
or
did
something.
do that. You're right. You know what I did? And I've been explaining that to you the whole time as you've been watching that. I have been bringing to fruition all of the things that you claim that we've been doing to you all along. Because like I said, you were going to hear me out and you were going to get to a point where you would rather that I would just stream you and talk about your bad readings than actually talk about what you actually present to the public at
When
whole.
you guys talk so negative, who wants to talk to you?
I normally don't talk like that.
Talk
You
so
claimed
negative
I
about
did.
so many people, you guys.
No,
you
I
guys
don't.
sit
Here's
and
the
bash
thing.
so many
Mikki.
people.
Mikki,
I did not speak poorly on you. I was very diplomatic. In fact, I curtailed any kind of speak on you that was personal, had to do
I'm
with
talking
body
about
shaming.
other people, not just me. I'm talking about other people. I've heard you say some
We
really
talk about
nasty
other
things about
scammers.
people.
We
Who?
talk about other scammers on this app.
Yes, we do. You're not the only one we
Sorry,
talk about.
sorry, I have to interrupt for 1 minute. Brit, dog.
Can you? Yeah, okay.
Am I lost on something?
No, you're good. She'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I think I understand what's happening.
Yeah.
But that and so you're right. I did do that, and like I said, I was playing the character that you've made me out to be. That's what I was doing. I was doing all the things that you and another person who is just like you have said that I had been doing, and I have been saying all along that that's what that was. That was me playing the character that you guys have created. It got your attention, and it got you here today. And that was what I was trying to do.
I only came because Sean asked me, no other reason.
Mikki, BS actually answered your question. You wanted to know why things were spoke on, and she answered the question very thoroughly.
I heard her. I don't have a response.
Okay, since you came to this live stream, what were your expectations?
I don't know. I really don't know because I wasn't planning on coming here because I knew what it would be. Because nobody cares about my side of the story. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. You guys have already made up your minds about me, so it doesn't matter.
I would love to hear your side of the story.
I'm waiting.
I would like to hear that.
That's what we're here for. We're having an adult conversation where everyone expresses their side and we try to talk it out. That's what we're trying to do. And not everything's rainbows and roses. So it's not going to be all the positive things that's seen about you or me or BS or Sean or Pauline. Right now, we have all done stupid shit. So let's all just settle into that and try to move forward.
And I've tried to apologize for things that I've done. And I do not purposely. You guys act like I purposely hurt people. I do not purposely hurt people. You guys act like I set out to hurt all of my sitters. God, you guys act like I do this shit on purpose when I don't.
We said that.
Can I chime in right here?
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, you're fine. I was just letting you know. Go ahead.
Mikki, I can answer that question, at least why I believe people feel that way. And it's because I know you deeply, respectfully feel that you have done a lot of work to improve. But let's be honest with each other. You really haven't done as much work as you claim that you have. You've done a little. And it did show your first couple days when you came back, it did show that you were trying to change. That's why I stayed on top of you, and I'm still on top of you. Please get help. Please go get development. Please find a mentor. You have it in you. You just need to learn how to use it properly. But people don't believe that you have what it takes because you're not showing that you have what it takes. And I mean this respectfully, but a lot of your readings have been very, very vague lately. They've been very generalized, and that information can fit any person walking down the street almost. And that's what people don't want to see anymore. People want to see Mikki develop. People want to see you come out on top and see that you actually have it in you to be doing these readings.
They really don't.
Hold on.
They really don't want that. They don't want that.
Well, if we
Mikki?
didn't want that, we wouldn't be here trying to have a discussion with you and a full-hearted discussion with you on what we believe that you are capable of doing. Because if we didn't believe that you were, we wouldn't be here.
And another thing, you guys need to leave my daughter out of this fucking mess. You guys brought her into this shit. Leave her alone. I have not been a perfect mother, and if anybody says that I have, they're wrong. But you guys need to leave my fucking daughter alone.
Mikki, you're the only one that brought her up today.
Nope. We've already said we're not talking about your family dynamics today. Your daughter is not part of this conversation. That is not what today is about.
Thank you. Mikki.
Broken is asking for a box.
And you're the only one that's brought her up so far.
So, there you go.
Hi, Mom. I know you're angry with me, and I understand where that anger may stem from. I've been worried about you ever since Dad died. No one has contacted me directly. No one forced me to make this account. I did it myself to help spread awareness because you have changed since Dad died. And I know it is hurtful to hear your own daughter speaking out, but I just feel like I have a moral obligation right now. And it's not easy. I love you. I know you are angry because I did that 202A petition. And I know you might be ruminating and you think that I hate you and I despise you, but I don't. Deep down, I just want to be in a better place where we aren't always walking around on eggshells around each other. It feels impossible to talk to you in person right now because I'm only met with raised voices. And right now, I just feel like your mental health needs to be addressed. That's all I'm going to say about it.
And who says something? Wait a minute. Who says something's wrong with my mental health just because my readings are crappy? Do you understand that I have a lot of triggers from you and everybody else? Do you not understand that, honey? That I've had a lot of triggers from you and a lot of other people. And that's why. How am I supposed to feel when you put me in a damn psych ward? How am I supposed to react? How am I supposed to react, honey, to that?
It's understandable. It would make you upset. But that was done with good intentions.
More than upset.
Yep.
I would never. I don't care. I would have never done that to you. They put that idea in your head, first of all, because I know they talked to you about that. No, I don't ever stop. I know that they've talked to you about this. I know that they've talked to you about this.
No,
How
ma'am,
do
I
you
They
have
know?
pushed.
not.
I have
I would like
screenshots
for
where they
you to
pushed
stop.
you.
No, ma'am, I have not spoke to your daughter about this.
I'm not
Please do
talking about
not.
you guys. I'm talking about people in your chat
Well,
have
see, here's
pushed
the
her to
thing.
do this.
Not everybody in the chat can actually influence your daughter. She's actually a pretty smart cookie and thinks for herself. So the fact that you think that just one comment or two in a screenshot takes your daughter to take that kind of step towards her mother is pretty fucking ridiculous, in my opinion.
I behoove both of you to have this conversation in private.
Yeah.
I think
I
Gala
Yes.
agree.
would agree with me 10,000%. I
I
love the
agree.
fact
Absolutely.
that you have a conversation that you need to have off of this app. Please, Mickey, take this opening with your daughter and have this conversation, not here. The last thing we want to do is put your private business out on the public street. We do not want to do that. So, although I appreciate that Broken gets up here to speak to you, and I'm so glad that you're letting that happen, I just please,
Yeah,
please take
I'll
it.
get off. Yeah.
No, not you, Broken. I applaud you for getting up here and doing that. I just, I, it's
More the
your
better.
family. It's your family.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate this
Yeah.
is a very sensitive topic, and I encourage you, Broken, and also you, Mickey, to have your conversation offline. And personally between you two, and I also encourage, if there's any opportunity, to seek a mediator or a therapist that can talk with both of you and help talk you through these processes.
Very reasonable. But yeah, I just want to get up for a second. That's all I had to say.
I appreciate you, hon.
And Mickey, I want to just elaborate on a question that you asked. Why do we feel that you have mental health issues because your readings are crappy? That's not the reason people feel like you have mental health issues. I can probably speak for them. It's your actions. It's some of the things that you say, respectfully, are sometimes off the wall. And I think you know that as well. That's why people think you have mental health issues. It's not just because your readings are crappy at times.
And we've told you that multiple times before. Even, I mean, that kind of goes back to what BS was saying earlier. When you say these off the wall shit in your readings, and we come to you and we tell you, dude, take a chill pill. You probably shouldn't have said that. Blah, blah, blah. We get the same thing that chat gets. Blah, blah, blah. They need to know. They need to know. They need to know. Well, they don't. And you didn't want to take the help from us, which was, I guess, in my case, 3 months too long trying to guide you in the right direction and help you and trying to find you a mentor and all that stuff. You didn't want not a damn thing to do with it. You wanted to do it Mickey's way or the highway, and that was it.
I won't address this to Mickey because she's said she doesn't want to speak with me, so I'm just going to address it as in the chat. But it comes down to things as well where, 1 minute it was said that things like miscarried babies weren't going to be talked about, and the next second they would get brought up again and again. And even if the person would turn around, the sitter would turn around and say, no, they weren't really comfortable, they didn't want to talk about it. Then it would be said, okay, but just know they're here, that just know that they're being looked after, and that, it would be pushed. Only as recently as the other day when a sitter was, well, not a sitter, a potential sitter, somebody that was in the chat was told to go and borrow money for a reading, things like that. When you turn around and you tell a sitter, when, I don't know how to say it on here, I'll say grape because I'm not sure what you say, is being bought into it, that whether you think people want to hear the truth or not, you've got to remember that, okay, and I know that it gets said it's not about the people in the chat, it's about the sitter. The people that are in the chat are the people that are watching, and they're the ones that are giving you your numbers and putting your page out there. So it is also about them. You've got to remember that what you're telling that sitter can also trigger people in that chat. And at the moment, when that sitter comes up, they're probably in a pretty vulnerable state. And although they might say they want to hear things, common sense should say there is some things that you should just not say. There are things that should not get said. And when you continuously turn around and say that you're not going to say something, and then the next breath you turn around and you do it, that's not changing. That's not growing.
I just want to insert here. Do you realize there are times, Mikki, where you have said to someone, well, it's not ethical if I tell you that, but if you get a reading with me, we could talk about it. That has come out of your mouth more than once. So you know that you're crossing an ethical boundary, but yet you are willing to do it if they pay you. And if you can't see how that's problematic, what I just explained there, do you not see how that is an issue? You are saying something is unethical, but you will do it if they pay you.
And that's where people come in and want to call you a scammer, because that's stuff that's scammer kind of talk. That's what scammers tell people to lure them in to take their money. And then there's like aha, I gotcha. Not that that's what you're purposely trying to do, but that's what it looks like to other people that are sitting on the outside looking in.
You did a reading only a couple of days ago.
Hey, mute her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I will pick up because Pauline, I can tell she's having a problem. You do this often. The other unethical things, like Donna. I want to talk about Donna for a minute. Donna has some issues, and I think that you are a smart enough woman to know that Donna has some issues going on. She has 28 cats in her house. She's told you that. Then her dog is actively passing away when you first meet her. And then she says to you, I'm going to get a puppy to replace it. Then you influence her to get 2. Now, she already has more than enough on her plate. In your chat the other day, she said she couldn't afford a reading, $50. And then you're like, well, I could do it for $25. So then she goes, sends you $25. You don't even give her the whole hour. You only give her 30 minutes, even though you'd said you could do it for $25, which would have meant that you were going to do a whole hour with her for $25 instead of $50. And then she's looking at you as a friend, somebody to confide in, somebody to get advice from, and you are looking at her as a paycheck. And from the outside looking in, that makes my stomach hurt. And then you give her bad advice where you should be telling her, keep that $25. You have more than enough on your plate. You are trying to feed 28 cats. You got 10 litter boxes. She told you she wasn't able to do certain things. Things weren't getting done. She has told you all the clues to let you know that the advice you should be giving her, the kind of reading that you should be having with her, because you are not having a reading with her. You're having a conversation with her at that point. And she's basically asking you, like, what about this? What about that? And then you keep dangling that dog in front of her. She comes in your chat and you're like, oh, and I can't remember the dog's name off the top of my head, but the dog's name really wants to talk to you today. He's been talking. And then that makes her feel like she should dig into her already empty pocket to try to reach out, because she's grieving that poor dog. And that's all that woman has. Can you not see how that is an ethical issue? And she's got multiple readings from you. She spent quite a bit of money. That's why we are talking about you. It's not just bad readings. It's taking advantage of people in a way that is so gross, Mikki. To say that to that woman when you know she's grieving when she hits the door of your room, you might as well just be like, please send me some moolah. Like, same thing.
Mikki, are you still there? Mikki, are you okay?
Not really. I just have much to say. Let everybody talk. I don't want to talk anymore.
Something I've
Can I?
been trying to help work with her that I've been working on is when she feels overwhelmed, it's okay to not respond right away. It's okay to sit with it and reflect on what's been said to her before she responds. So I
Then
think
I'm
she's
going to
trying to
ask
work
my
on that.
moderators to turn the comments back on, because I think that
Absolutely.
for a few minutes that's fine. And then if Mikki decides that she has something she wants to say, in order for her to be able to concentrate on what she's wanting to express to us, we'll turn them back off. So thank you, moderator. I appreciate that tremendously, because I want everybody to be able to, I don't want to be silencing people.
Okay, now.
Sorry,
It
I
doesn't matter. I'm
apologize for
probably
that.
going to go. The comments they're just going to bash me. I really don't want to see the
It's
comments.
not
So I'm
going
going
to
to
be
go.
bashing, Mikki.
Yeah, it is. I don't want to see the comments. I'm going to
It's
go.
not. That we
Yeah.
don't do that over here, contrary to what you think. Have you ever sat inside of one of our lives and just watched?
No, because it's too negative. I don't want. I
So
don't want
how
the
can you
negativity.
speak on something that you've never witnessed?
You can't
How can
say
you
that.
speak on it?
You constantly misquote us and put things in our mouth that we've never said. You've been doing that
I've heard screen recordings of you guys. What do you mean? I've
and
heard
I
so
said
many
your
things that you
vagina.
guys say.
I said stuff about your vagina.
Somebody did. Somebody
I said the
did.
word vagina. No, do you know what we do? We make jokes about the way you phrase your privates. You say, my privates are amazing. My private, that's what we say. It's a joke. It's observational humor about things that you say.
No, so I don't want Sarah up here. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say to Sarah. Please do not. It's your live. But please do not let Sarah come up here.
Anybody else in a box right now. You need to calm down. Please don't panic about what's going on, about what they're saying in the chat.
I know that's overwhelming for you because it's a lot.
No one else. Yeah. There's no one else. No one else. Request a box. You're not coming up right now. Pauline, are you okay? I see you're unmuted.
And Elisa, you don't want, but
I apologize for that.
You do not want what's best for me. That's a lie. You've talked bad about me. You guys are all full of shit. All of you guys that said that you want the best for me, you guys have talked so bad about me. So you are lying, Mrs. Durbin. You are fucking lying because you don't want the best for me. Because
Mikki?
I've heard what you said.
Yeah.
So no,
Mikki,
you don't.
Mikki, please take a good deep breath, please. A good deep breath. I don't see negative comments in the chat.
Luna, I am not dropping her. Please don't say that. Please don't say that.
People want to hear your perspective on things, and we continue to ask the chat to be respectful.
Hey, Monkey, could you pause Pauline or mute her?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Mikki, I see a lot of people in the chat that... Go ahead, Pauline.
Sorry, I'm fine. I was just waiting till everyone finished speaking to say, yes, I'm fine. I apologise for what happened. Thank you for muting me. So, apologies, but yeah.
No apologies needed, Miss Pauline. Mikki, there's a lot of people in the chat that truly care about you. They want to see you get the assistance that you need to be able to move forward.
I do have a question that was posed, that was sent to me. Some people are curious, Mikki, if when your friends were sick, when Pauline was sick and what have you, did you reach out to your friends and
I did not want to bother. I don't want to bother
I'm not
people
done.
when they're sick.
Mikki,
Please
let me finish.
the question.
And offer any of your healing benefits, because you speak about having a very strong ability to heal people. So I was just wondering, and other people were wondering, if you reached out to your friends to offer them some relief from their illness in that manner.
I don't want to. People need to ask me. I can't just assume they want it. I'm not going to say, "Can I heal you? Can I heal you?" They need to ask me for that. I just can't tell people that. I don't know. I don't want to impose on them. They were really sick, and I'm sorry I said something about my live that they were sick. Somebody asked me where you guys were, so I apologize to Melinda and Pauline about that. It was not Mount. You guys just think I'm so out to get everybody, and I'm not, and it's so frustrating for me, man.
Nobody's made that statement. Nobody's made the statement Mikki is out to get everybody. Nobody's made that statement. You keep taking everything so harshly. I really think what Sean was talking about, like, you also need to take criticism the same way when you sit and think about it. Like, whether you hate every word we say today, like, I think you need to go and reflect on it.
Rachel, I have nothing to say to you. The way you came at me on my live,
Mikki.
Yep,
I
Mikki.
was speaking to you. I need you to focus. Can we turn the comments off?
Comments off. Thank you.
Here's the thing. Nobody else is coming up in a box right now. Mikki is overwhelmed, and we are all up here being respectful, and I'd like to not add to that frustration for her.
Thank you, Monkey.
Mikki, I think it's just a little bit confusing that you want to say that we're your friends, but you didn't want to reach out. I mean, I'm not sick. I understand that I'm dealing with my stuff like I told you, but that don't mean
well, I did
that
reach out to
when
you. Said you're dealing with
I'm talking.
Mikki, can you mute while Miss Britt speaks, please? Thank you, ma'am.
That doesn't mean that you can't shoot me a text saying, hey, I hope you're doing okay, blah, 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 and then leave it at that. But instead, those 2 times that you did text me, it was, hey, how you doing? I respond, and then you say something that you need help with. So you really just contacted us to help you again. Even when Melinda's sick, you don't want to reach out to see how she's doing, but you're okay with reaching out to her and asking her advice on your hair. You know what I'm saying? Same with me. You're not okay with reaching out to me because I'm going through things, but you're more than okay to reach out to me to ask for advice on your hair. And like BS was saying, you're not, I mean, BS didn't say this. I'm sorry, BS brought up the energy healing. You are so quick to give energy healing in your readings and all of that. So, okay, when we're not getting a reading and you don't want to offer that at all, which is, I think, is crazy with how much you talk about that and you don't charge for that or nothing like that. But even when those times that each of us had gotten a reading, there had been something that had came up that would, quote unquote, lead you to say, I would love to do energy healing for you. But none of us got that. And even after the fact, we're all going through our own things. And I mean, the least that you feel like you could do, in my opinion, would be throw your energy, in your words. But we didn't get anything. We didn't get any of that. We didn't get, no, I hope you're doing all right. Strictly that, nothing to do with you. You just aren't a good friend, homie. You can't come up here and say that you didn't want to bother us when we're sick, when I'm not. It's okay to send a message without a response. It's okay to check in with somebody without them having to text you back. It's the thought of you checking in that really counts.
It goes both ways. How many times have you guys
not
texted
quite
me
done. I'll
first?
let you know when I'm done.
Wait a minute, Britt.
Miss Britt.
I think you've had
Okay.
Mikki, Mikki, please mute and let Miss Britt finish.
No, it's okay. No, I think Monkey was right. I had enough to say. I'll let her respond.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mikki?
It goes both ways. There's a lot of times that you guys wouldn't text me either. So that goes both ways. But not just me always have to reach out to you guys. You guys don't ever half the time never reach out to me either. It goes both ways. We're busy. We have busy lives. I don't want to intrude. God damn it. I don't want to bother you guys. God damn it. I
Mikki,
don't
take a
want to
good
bother
deep
you
breath,
guys
hon.
half the time. God.
Mikki, take a good deep breath, hon. Please.
That's fine. I'm
It's
sick of.
okay. It's okay. Just take a good deep breath. I know this is a lot. It's a lot for everyone.
So if I can just,
Unfortunately, when we have friendships, we have expectations of friends, and not all friends will meet our expectations. Some friends will be there, Johnny on the spot, other friends will not. And that goes both ways.
I love you guys, and if you guys don't understand that, then I don't know what to fucking say.
Mikki, you just show it in such a funny way, dude. You just, I mean, your way of love to us is not messaging, not calling, not checking on us, not offering anything that you provide. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that we want free services, but I mean, you don't charge for your energy healing. I just think it's weird that for somebody that talks about it so much, didn't do that.
How
It's
many
not
times?
about us up here bashing you or saying all of this, but you can't be upset when we're coming up here and talking the truth. It's just the truth about what had happened. You can't be mad that we're out here telling our own stories.
I'm
Don't
not
be
even.
mad.
I'm not even mad, but you
Okay.
guys are acting like it's always just me that had to reach out. Half the time, you guys don't reach out to me either.
After how many months of us, we all notice that if we don't reach out to you first, you will not do it. If we do not reach out to you first, you will not do it. And then what happened? Mikki did not do it. So then this is the boat we're in. We tried telling you for so long that the ball of this that you're on is rolling downhill. And you didn't want to stop and listen and kind of pump the brakes and do what you needed to do to try and band-aid over what the fuck you did. Instead, you wanted to throw your fingers up to the world, block everybody that was trying to help you, and say, screw you. It's not us, Mikki. It's not.
Britt, can I say something? So the other day, I was sick. I was at the doctor's. I had a doctor's appointment. I came home. I went to bed. I missed your phone call. I missed your message. I was sick in bed. The next morning, I was talking to Sean. Had not even checked my messages, had not checked anything. Sean rang. I answered my phone and was speaking to Sean, not even knowing that you and him were texting while I was speaking to him. Then all of a sudden, I'm blocked, not even knowing until I've been told by Sean that I'm blocked. And I'm blocked all because I did not respond to you. Yet you knew that I had been that ill. I was bedridden for 2 months. You say that you didn't want to bother because I was that sick. You say that you didn't want to do all this because we were so sick. Yet you blocked me all because I was speaking to Sean and had not answered you. That's friendship, is it? That's friendship. So don't turn around now and play the victim and turn around and say that we are in the wrong and that we are doing this to you and we are doing that to you when I was blocked or because I was speaking to Sean on the phone and had missed your call and message the day before because I had been at a doctor's appointment and then came home and went to bed.
Mikki, would you like to respond to Miss Pauline?
I don't have anything to say. Sorry.
Then
Listen,
don't.
this is no, this is life of accountability, Mickey. And I think that, I mean, you're at the end of your rope. This is kind of the end of you. I think that it would be beneficial to your mental health, and it would be beneficial to the people here in the boxes and in the chat that deserve an apology for your actions that you took, whether you meant them or not.
Don't turn around and write messages to me and accuse me of going to the other side and taking sides and everything else when you were the one that blocked me and gave me no choice. You were the one that decided that to cut that friendship completely and block me purely because I did not answer a phone call. You were the one that caused this. And if, friendship, every one of us can sit here. Sean, Melinda, Britt, and myself, we can all sit here and we can tell you what's been going on with each other for the last couple of months. Or because we have genuinely been concerned about each other. Or because we have messaged each other and asked how each other is out of concern, not with ulterior motives. You messaged, and when we could message back, we did. When we could answer back, we did. But there was quite a few times that the only time you messaged is when you wanted something, when there was something in it for you. To receive a message, hey, how are you? Just checking in. That's lovely. I miss you in my life. Not I miss talking to you on the phone. Not I miss, our chats. None of that. I miss you in my life. Well, that says a lot. I don't care, You turned around and you said to me, I can go and have my 2 friends now. At least I've got 2 friends. Well, that's fine. But I've also got a lot more than 2 friends. I've got Sean, I've got Melinda, and I've got Britt, and they've been the real friends to me. So, no, I don't only have just 2 friends in Monkey and BS, but thank you for pointing that out to me in the message. Melinda, maybe you want to say something. You haven't said anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if it was working or not. The point where, when Britt made the point, the fact that I was so happy when I heard that you were going to try to do mentoringship, I thought that's exactly what you needed to do. I think the mentoringship is a very, very good idea. I think that would be wonderful. I think you should invest in yourself. I think you should have enough pride in yourself to invest in yourself. So then therefore, you know exactly what you're doing when you're doing it. There's you have a lot of distractions. You get a lot of distractions when you do stuff. And it's kind of all over the place when you do your reads. And I'm not sure, you need to have a little more focus. I think maybe everything is kind of like that. Everything is a lot of distraction for you. I'm not pointing that out to be mean, but maybe just start on simple things. I have ADHD. I'm really bad ADHD. And maybe work on, I don't know, I think everything is kind of, I don't know what I'm trying to explain here. But I do know that I was really disappointed that it showed me a lot when I knew that you weren't getting the mentorship, and then you didn't really tell anybody the truth of it. And then the truth of the matter with all 4 of us. The truth really does matter. It does matter. I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Miss Melinda.
Thank you.
And to say that we haven't backed you or that we're against you is just nonsense, because at the end of the day, honestly, be honest with yourself and everyone else, we've really been the only ones that were there for you. You didn't really have anybody else. We were the only ones that were there for you. And it is about taking accountability, like Britt said. And that's something that I've told you several times that you definitely need to work on. You like to push the blame to other people. Just an example, and one of the things that was a wake-up call to me was that day that Rachel came in your live and was having a discussion with you, and her and the chat threw me completely under the bus, and you completely agreed with everything that was said. And then when I confronted you about it, you lied technically straight to my face about it, until I called you out with the proof. And that really hurt me, and that really upset me. And that to me made me feel like you weren't really a true friend, that I was just being used. And I told you I was fighting a fight that wasn't my fight to fight, and it's not something that I can do anymore.
Well, the day that happened on my live, I was being attacked left and right by everybody coming on my page, and what Rachel said caught me off guard. I wasn't agreeing with her. I was just trying to reason what I was hearing, but it didn't mean I was agreeing with her, Sean, because I don't. You know how I feel about you. You're one of my best friends.
And
let me talk.
Go ahead.
The day that everybody just came at me on my live, Rachel, don't know what the fuck she was wanting to come on there. She was blaming you for everything, and I know it wasn't your fault, but at the same time, when everything was just a blur that day. And so I wasn't really agreeing with what she was saying. I was just saying it to just get her off my page. I wasn't really agreeing to it. And you know how I feel about you.
Well, I know, but that's the thing. That's what I'm taking goes back to the accountability. The whole point on that is, yeah, a lot of that talk was about me, but a lot of that was also about you. And you didn't take any accountability. Not 1 ounce of accountability. And I've told you before, and I'm going to do it publicly, I have apologized to you, and I apologize again for the disrespect that I had given you in your life. You didn't deserve that. The sitters didn't deserve that, and that's something that I've been working on.
It just upsets me because I feel like everybody is just trying to. It doesn't matter how I feel. It just doesn't. I've tried to apologize to everybody, and I've tried to take accountability for things. And I don't know. I don't know what to think right now. I really don't. I can't think of anything right now to say. I don't.
Can I tell you something, Mikki?
Nikki, go ahead.
I think that all these people in this box here, Pauline and Ron and Britt and Melinda, I think that proves that there is something. There's something. These people did care at one point. It's not like they literally. You can fix yourself. You can fix how you're a friend and how to be a better friend. There's always change. There's always change in everything.
The day that Rachel came up in the box that Dawn was just talking about, and that Mikki has just said that it was complete chaos and she was such a mess and that she wasn't thinking, and this is why she ended up throwing Sean under the bus the way she did. That day, Rachel was the first person to come up and speak. So everybody hadn't been at you that day. Rachel was the first person to come up and speak. I have continuously watched that over and over and over. It was calm at the time. There was no shouting, there was no yelling, there was no attacking, there was nothing. Rachel wasn't even attacking you. It was Sean she was going on about at the time. So it wasn't like she was going off about you. She wasn't raising her voice. It was, I think the point I'm trying to make here, because I was so angry that day because of what happened to Sean, because of the way you threw him under the bus, because of the way you turned around and you agreed with everything that was being said when Sean was not even there to be able to defend himself. And you keep turning around and saying it was because of the state that you were in that day, because everyone had been attacking you that day, because everything that was going on that day. No, Rachel was the first person up that day when that happened. And everything was calm at that time. You hadn't been getting attacked the whole time. BS hadn't came up yet. Shay hadn't came up yet. Rachel was the first person you spoke to. And you turned around and you agreed with everything she said. And you also turned around at that stage and you said that you don't see what's going on. It's your mods that do it all. No, that is a downright lie, because there were times that we would try and mute. There were times that we would try and block, and you would tell us not to. No, it's okay. No, they're fine. Don't worry about it. But that day in particular, no, Sean did not deserve that, because you cannot turn around and say it was the state they had you in. Rachel was the first person up to speak, and it was calm. And people can go back and watch that video to see that.
Well, and I want to add to that too, because Rachel was one of the most respectful people that did come up that day. And she didn't attack you in any way, Mikki. She didn't yell at you. She didn't talk down on you. If I remember right, she complimented your red shirt or something like that, or a dress that you were wearing. She came in offering her help. I know that she messaged you afterwards, offering her help, extending a hand. And same with that. You threw the middle finger up. Rachel is an amazing medium on here, and she could have actually really helped you with that. And you don't want to hear it. She didn't come up and attack you. I'm tired of you talking about Rachel like that, because she didn't. She didn't come and attack you at all. She came up, one of the most respectful people that came up in a box that day, offering you a
That
hand.
day has been rewritten so many times. I was respectful. There was no attacking.
Exactly.
I pointed out some of the issues that were at hand as you asked me to. You started to get upset and yell and kind of spin out a little bit. I, tried to reel it in a little bit and said something about relax, and that had you upset. That's really how that went. There was no attacking whatsoever, but that has been rewritten time and time again. I just think that it's, let's be honest about it. Everybody was trying to give you some good advice that day. You left, you took 2 days off, you came back, and your plan was, I will basically shut them all up. I will turn the comments off so they can't say things when I'm in the middle of my stuff. I will remove the ability for anyone to have any criticism whatsoever. And you moved forward and acted like it was a brand new day, and that like everything had been a 180, all new you. And it wasn't. It was the same you, removing the ability for anyone to ask you to take a stitch of accountability. That's how that went. And then you started on to say how you were attacked and how horrible everybody was to you that day, when honestly, the only thing I saw was people trying to be helpful, reach out to you, offer you support. You even walked away with a really good mentor that threw their hands up shortly thereafter. It's not even about the readings. It's about your attitude. The things you say, your inability to have a filter, to know that you probably shouldn't spell out, ganged, graped multiple times, to not know that you shouldn't use the F slur and say it's referring to a cigarette in England. and then double down on it and spell it multiple times. It's knowing that the N word is not acceptable, whether a spirit is saying it to you or not. These are the things that people hold a huge problem with. It's not about bad readings. It's about bad behavior in general. And with that, I'll give you the floor to respond.
I don't know. I'm just trying to take everything in. I don't know. I'm just listening. I'm taking everything in. I don't know how to respond right now. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm just listening, trying to take everything in. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm just listening, what everybody has to say. I mainly came here for that. I don't know.
And I do want to apologize for the disrespect that myself was giving towards the live stream. I mean, I fully admit at the time I thought I was doing something beneficial by sending screenshots and screen recordings and stuff of the lives and what was being said. I genuinely thought it was helpful. Honestly, in the beginning, like I told MonkeyMonkey, I did see where I thought that in the beginning it was harassment and bullying that was going on, until I actually did sit in and I seen, it's a lot of sarcasm and humor that's being thrown in there on a very serious situation. And I do admit, and I take respect for the disrespect of interrupting the sitters, the paid sitters, Mickey's live, and everyone else that I interrupted during that time.
I just wanted to say that I respect the fact that Mikki doesn't really have anything to say about it. I can see how she might need some time to think about some of the things that have been said here. But so I can accept that as her response and respect that. I guess we can let Rachel have the floor. She hasn't had a chance yet, and I know the community from which she represents would like to have some words. So I'm gonna shut up and let you speak, Rachel.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Mikki. Hi, Sean. Hi, Britt. Hi, Melinda, Dollar Diva, and Pauline. Mikki, I'm not a disrespectful person, and I do come now still with the same love and calmness and respect as I did that day. I was telling you that Sean was hurting your chat because the number one thing you always said was, why are people not coming into my live? You get so angry about it. And when your moderators, and Sean, I stand by this, when your moderators are blocking every single person that comes in, it lowers your ability to be seen on the FYP. And that is, it's the truth. And Sean, the first day before I even knew who Mikki was, I happened to be scrolling my FYP and she showed up. And I'm a medium. I love to watch other mediums read. I think it's fantastic. I love looking at all the different ways people can read. And I didn't say anything nasty or mean. I think I just said, hey, cool to see another medium on here that says they're a physical medium or something along those lines. And I was blocked immediately in her chat by you. Because you were the only moderator on that I saw, at least. So it may not have been you, but you were the only moderator I saw commenting in the live at the time. And I let it go. I thought, okay. And then, of course, next couple scrolls is MonkeyMonkey and BS's. And I'm like, oh, well, cool. Probably glad I didn't stay too long. But so I do stand by all of that. Sean, it meant no disrespect to you. She was asking why her chat was not being pushed out. And that was a big reason, just on TikTok standards. With that being said, Mikki, you and I had conversations outside of the lives in private, which is how I prefer to do things, as much as I can. But I was extremely respectful to you in those. I gave you a read because I had a man approach me on my way home from work, and I didn't know who he was. But we had just been talking and all of that, and so I came to you with it because I thought, well, she was probably the last person I spoke to, so this could be hers. And we had a good conversation. I gave you a free read. Couple days go by, I don't hear from you about a mentorship. I offered you all of that, which still, it kind of stands, but now it's going to be different. And all of a sudden, I get a message from somebody saying, Mikki sent you some messages, and she sent a text to all of her mods saying, I threw some shit in there to hurt her feelings. So you said earlier, you don't do things to hurt people's feelings, but you literally texted your group text and said, I said shit to hurt her feelings. And I don't know the exact wordage of it, but you did say, I think it was 2 different texts, and then blocked me after sending me a very disrespectful message, which, by the way, did not hurt my feelings. I'm a very self-confident woman. I know, I know what I bring to the table. People's opinions that are of that way don't bother me. And you sent me a very nasty message, then proceeded to block me. I have never once been nasty to you. I can get nasty. I'm 5 foot. Of course I can get mean. That's what short girls do. But I am not nasty to you. And I would love for you to stop spinning that narrative, because that's not how I am as a person. I'm sorry you feel that way, and I am sorry that if what I said offended you, but I know I said it in a very calm way. And that's all. You can respond if you want.
What got me upset was when you came back the second time, you yelled at me and treated me like I was a child. And I know how her reading went, and I understand. But you literally, I was upset because you yelled at me and you scolded me on my live saying I'm going to get a spiritual psychosis. And that's what upset me. Not the first time that you came on, Rachel. It was the second time that you came on. You started yelling and screaming, Mikki, you can't do this, blah, 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 blah. And that's when I got upset. Not because of the first time.
Mikki, that's just not true, and you know that. You need to take accountability.
I can say I was in the car, so I do have to speak a little bit louder. So I do apologize if it comes across a little bit different, because I was driving home, and my because I'm shorter, my speaker's way over my head, so I do speak a little bit louder. So I do apologize if it sounded like I was raising my voice at you, because I promise you I was not intending you to. But I do stand by that I said that when you say these things, that sounds like spiritual psychosis. And I do stand by that, because that's what everybody's been trying to tell you. They're worried, right? That's what that seemed like. And that's why I mentioned it to you. It was not to tell you you have this or anything like that. It was, I'm concerned because these are what you're saying is lining up with these things. That came from a place of respect and love from a human to another human. And a human that is watching another human possibly ruin their life. Like, you could literally get sued for almost everything that you've said so far to these sitters. And that's where, like, my heart hurts for you. I had to stop watching streams of yours because they made my blood boil, because not only do I see a sitter who's grieving and being told outlandish things that are just not true, but I'm seeing a 50-something-year-old woman possibly ruin her own life by saying these things that can be a lawsuit. And that's where the ethics and the mentorship needs to come in, because they teach you those things on how to make sure that you're staying within almost a box. We'll say that for, lack of a better term right now, to protect yourself. And that's where all of our concerns are. And I can't speak for almost everybody, but I know from the medium community, we're upset because you're scamming people in their time of grief. Mikki, this might hurt, but I'm saying this with pure love. You are not connected to anything. Almost every one of our mediums in our group can confirm, and there's a lot of us, you are not connected to anything. We try to connect with you because we can do that, and you're not getting anything. And I have accidentally connected to somebody's loved one that you were reading because I was trying to see what you were connected to. And everything you were saying is not at all what they were saying. So please get some mentorship. If you really want to do this, if you're going to keep doing this, please just learn to do it the right way for respect for your sitter, because what we do is sacred. We are talking to people's loved ones who are no longer with us physically. That should be something that is held sacred. And we should protect the spirit just as much as we protect the human. Because at the end of the day, we're humans and we are spirits. So if you want to respond, I'll leave you with that.
I don't have anything to say. I'm sorry.
Mickey's
Um,
reserving the right to think about things that have been said. So we'll respect her wishes as she doesn't have anything to say right at the moment.
Could I just say something just on a friendship note to Mikki? You know, Mikki, that I know quite a lot of things about you, quite a lot. And if I am this terrible friend, this backstabbing, terrible, disgusting friend that you accused me of in your live and in your message to me, you know I could have got up here and I could have said a lot more than what I have said. But I'm not the person that you've tried to make me out to be. And never have I ended a message with saying to you, well, there's two friends for you. I have friends. Okay? So that little dig, if it was meant to get to me, did not work. You might know of my past and you might know what happened, but I have real friends now. And if adding MonkeyMonkey and BS means that I've got two more, then so be it. But if I wasn't a real friend, then I could have said a lot more. And I invite anyone else that wants to be my friend to go ahead. And I'll say thank you in advance. Thank you.
I just want to touch on something that Rachel pointed out. I know there's a controversy amongst, all of this, if whether or not psychic readings are even a real thing. And my stance on that is I am not here to prove that right or wrong. But what I am here to do is be respectful to everyone's beliefs, what religious beliefs, spiritual beliefs, whatever they believe. And I think we should respect each other's belief systems. And that's one of the things that has people upset with Mikki from the spiritual side of TikTok is they feel that she goes live daily and makes a farce of a practice that they take very seriously. Like she said, she called it sacred. And I know there's some people that may not agree with that, but you might consider Christianity your sacred thing, or Judaism, or Buddhism. We all have to respect each other's religious beliefs, and as far as I'm concerned, I kind of put that in the same category as that. And that, Mikki, is one of the things that people are tremendously upset with you with, because that would be like me going on a live and pretending to do Jewish or maybe a monk's chant and just making it into gibberish. That would be me being disrespectful of their religion. And that's how they kind of picture what you are doing to their spiritual beliefs every day. I just want to let you know that is, you're like, I don't even know why I'm here. That's one of the huge issues in this controversy.
And I would like to respond a little bit as to what Rachel said about her getting blocked. I do not recall blocking her. I don't know how much, or if Mikki will want to take accountability, but I believe us mods took a lot of heat for blocking people that we did not block. And the reason that they were getting blocked was from either the filter list or the filtered words. And then they were thinking that us mods were blocking them. Yes, I'm not innocent or guilty, or I'm not innocent, I'm not blocking people. I have done that. But I didn't block people just for saying hi, welcome, hi, nice to see another medium. I never blocked people for that. The only thing I ever blocked people for was being disrespectful. And hardly ever did I really block people. I resorted to muting people and giving them the option to come back the next time instead of putting them on the block list.
Well,
if
one
I
of the
block
things
them,
they're pointing out is the fact that some people never even went in there and they were blocked. And you were facilitating coming into our live, screenshotting people's names, giving them to her so that she would preemptively block them.
well, I mean, it wasn't so much for her to preemptively block. I mean, if that's what she did with it, that's what she chose to do. That's not me blocking them. But I just wanted to, I mean, I'm not trying to argue. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I take full, like I said, accountability for the screenshots of doing that. And that was not my intentions of the reasons why I was sending screenshots. I usually sent screenshots of stupid, harassing messages. And I mean, everybody has been in and out. I had videos on my page. I mean, a lot of people that were coming in the chat, not everybody, but there were a lot of people that were saying nasty, shameful things, and that's on them. I mean, but that's not something that you guys can be held accountable for either.
The irony in all of it is that in the long run, all of you agreed with the things that we were saying, and you were telling her the exact same things that we were saying in our live about the problems that we were witnessing. You were seeing the same problems. So rather
Correct.
ironic.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
yes. However, the only difference is I didn't feel going public and doing it the way that it was being done. I didn't feel that was the right way to do it. I mean, I have a totally different feeling about things now. I completely understand why things happen the way that they did, but that is my reasoning in the beginning. I did not think that was the proper way to go about doing what was being done. But I understand that that's how you guys felt was the proper way to be calling her out on what you guys were noticing.
I think one of the other things is too that just talking about, you know, the live and the mediumship side of it, just talking about the live in general. I think one of the other things that makes it so hard, you look at a lot of you go through TikTok and you look at a lot of the other lives of mediums and everything, and there's not a lot of other lives that you will go into where you're going to get the singing, where you're going to get the Vogue poses, where you're going to get the, you know, fluffing the hair up everywhere, where you're going to get, you know, there's just no seriousness to it. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a bit of fun, don't get me wrong, you know, like, have a bit of fun, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with having a bit of music going and everything, but there's just no professionalism there. You know, there's just no, half the time there's just you sitting there not even interacting with the chat. You're just sitting there looking at your phone the whole time. You know, people point it out all the time, you know, or there's the negative, you know, talk about how, you know, disappointed about, you know, the amount of people that are in the room, you know, how disappointed about the numbers and everything, you know, instead of talking about how thankful you are about the ones that are in the room. Yes, you'll turn around and you'll say thanks to them for being here and everything, but then you'll sit there, you know, with a really sour face and say, you know, oh, you know, this isn't right, this is, you know, and go off about how I have literally watched numbers drop when you go off about how bad it is because you've got no numbers in the room and everything else, and you watch the people leave.
That is not mass reporting. I want to point that out. That is not what causes that. And nobody's doing that.
You'll turn around and you say that you know quite well when there's, you know, someone fake coming into your room. You can feel it. You can tell straight away when there's somebody fake coming into your room. Well, I'm sorry, but no, you can't. You cannot tell at all. You do not know when there's somebody fake coming into your room. And that's been proven. That's been proven by nearly everybody that's sitting up there right now.
Mickey, do you realize the other day that girl that got in your box at the very beginning of the day and told you the story that she told you? She basically told you a condensed version of Gabby Jacobson, who, quite honestly, is considered the worst mother on TikTok. I don't know any other way to put it. But I can't believe you haven't seen a video of hers just scrolling through here. They are on every awareness page. And you, ma'am, sat there and made it okay. You said to her when she told you, like, oh, yeah, I didn't do this for my kid and I didn't do that. Are you even listening to what she was saying to you? Because you, in response, said, yeah, people can be really critical on the internet. For good reason. Like, if you had listened to what she was saying to you, how could you agree with that? Because you feel that we are being critical of you on the internet, that this poor girl, which that was a completely fabricated story, the clam slam, I hope that's all ringing a bell with you, all fabricated, but the story of that girl, you made it okay to be an unattentive parent, to not being paying attention to your kid, to be doing insane stuff on the internet. And then when she says, like, and then people were criticizing me for it, you're like, oh, they can be so critical because you're having some criticism. You do that a lot. It's part of the reason you're very unprofessional. You relate with personal stories instead of an actual something that should resonate with the person that's sitting in the box.
And that's, if I could, something that I could add to UBS. I can personally vouch that you relate to personal things to your sitters. And we have noticed that and have told you, oh, I'm sorry, not we, I have told you that, like, things about me that I would purposely see if you would bring up in your readings, and you did. And it's not you connecting, it's you hearing your own thoughts. And that's what this whole panel up here is trying to tell you, is you need development. You haven't had any at all. You've done this all on your own, thinking you know what it's about. And like Rachel said, it's a sacred thing. It's not something to mess around with. You can get attachments. It's not some willy-nilly, let's get on TikTok for 10 hours. And we all hate the fact that we all have to be up here right now. But the fact about it is that we tried for months too long. And that's my apology. Months too long stuck with you, trying to get you to change your ways and try to get you the help that you needed. And it went over your head and you didn't care. And that's all I want to add to that, is that I can personally attest that I have told you things just to see if they would come up in your readings, and they have. And I can also testify that when you do talk about something that you've talked about with me, it won't just be that first thing. It'll be that first, second, and third thing. It'll be like 3 bullet points about something that you and I talked with. You need development, Meg. Like, honestly, you need to get off of TikTok for longer than a week. I mean, get off of TikTok for a while. Go talk to somebody, a therapist, and figure out what's honestly the most important to you, because it can't be sitting out in a hot shed in the middle of summer in 100-degree weather with your friends seeing what is happening. Well, quote unquote friends is seeing what's happening and what you're doing, and you don't care. You don't care about anybody. But that ding ding, got a payment. I can't do it with you anymore, Mickey. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Miss Britt.
If I may, the first part of development as a medium is shadow work and healing. You cannot come into this with a bunch of unhealed trauma. No, none of us are perfect. I have unhealed trauma, but I know what they are and I'm working on it. But you cannot come into mediumship with a lot of shadow work that needs to be done and a lot of healing that needs to be done, because then you're bound to get yourself caught up in these situations that you're in right now. Broken said it herself. She's worried you haven't healed over your husband, and I can agree with that. Just based on the read I have, based on watching you, you really need to step back, do some shadow work and some healing, and then you're going to be able to move forward with your mediumship adventure. But you're not going to be able to do anything if you don't get to that point. Oh, she's gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, she seems to just have dropped out of the box.
I hope that was just an accident and she will return.
I'm trying to see if she's still even in the room. Can we turn our chat back on right now?
Yeah, it is back on already.
It's on.
Gotcha.
Well, even
I don't think she liked that I told her she needed to heal, to be honest.
I'm
Even
sorry
if
that
she
you guys, the
did
chat was like
leave-
that. Oh, sorry.
One
go
at a
ahead.
time, please.
And if she did leave, I respect her for staying and listening as long as she did. I didn't expect her to stay that long.
And that's what we have to do moving forward. I do commend her for, again, just like you said, Sean, sitting in a box for that length of time. Hopefully, hearing everyone in the boxes out and taking all of that in. We have to allow her time for reflection. And hopefully, even if she takes part of it, just a small part of what's being said, that is growth. Hopefully, she will take accountability for her actions, and we can just only hope that will happen. Excuse me. We know that Mikki has unresolved grief. There's deflection. There's a family component with that, and I hope that she seeks the professional help that is much needed.
I'm nearly in full agreement with everything you just said there. My problem comes with the fact that she could have unmuted and just said, like, I'm really struggling to deal with this much longer. I'm going to excuse myself. Thank you, and excuse herself. Instead, it's just a bloop, gone out of nowhere, which kind of coincides with the other. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say exactly what I've witnessed this evening. Immature behavior. The crying outbursts, the yelling, the screaming, the incessant cussing at people. The saying that she purposely says mean things to, like, get other people to feel bad because her feelings have been hurt. Getting up here saying, "Oh, you already made your mind up. You don't like me anyway." I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say.
It's all about playing the victim.
It's immature behavior, and I'm sorry. It's a pattern, and I'm just pointing out that I've noticed it, and even her exit of this box, I feel, was immature. I hope she has the maturity to reflect on what is being said here, because I don't think that we could have found a nicer, more respectable panel of people to speak to somebody who has been and said some of the most unrespectful, horrific, traumatizing things to people. And then we sit here handling her with kid gloves, being as respectful as we can. And she turns around and, I guess, thanks us for that by being disrespectful once again and childish. And I'm sorry. By no means am I saying you are wrong, Miss Dala. You know that I respect you immensely, but I'm just frustrated, and I'm just pointing out the pattern that I've witnessed and that we've all witnessed over time. And the fact that we were very respectful of her, and we have been every time we've encountered her, and we have just not been given the same respect in return. And that's just my feelings on it. And with that, I'll be quiet and let all of you speak.
This is what I'm
With
trying
that
to
is just unhealed.
sorry. This is what I'm trying to say, and this is what I myself knew was going to happen all along, because it is always about, and it was what I was saying when I said Mikki is in Mikki's world and only her world, and nothing anyone says at the moment is going to make a difference, because to her, there is no wrong in her world, and it is everybody else. And she is going to continue playing the victim, and it is always going to be everyone else and not her at fault, because no way will she see it any other way at the moment. No way. I mean, even right down to me still being the one in the wrong, although I'm still the one blocked. Not once could she answer anything that we did put to her. That's the thing. We were up here to discuss, and for her to have the chance to answer, but not once could she answer anything that was put to her. Not once.
She knew this was coming for hours and hours today. At no point do you sit and reflect and say, like, well, they're probably going to ask about this. This is how I'll probably respond to that. Like, you don't do that with yourself. You talk about hearing things all the time, hearing voices. You don't have an internal monologue that, like, when you sit down and you think about something, you didn't think about one thing that was going to go on here tonight, so you would have something to say. I just find that hard to believe, honestly. Or, this is my opinion, she really doesn't give a damn enough to have anything to say about it, because her plan is that she's going to continue on the path she's on, get back on here and do exactly what she's doing, block, and move forward, suck more people in that will moderate for her, and just the same thing she's done for 2 years. And that's just my opinion of it. And I will continue to talk about it. I want her to understand that. This thing about stop talking poorly about me, stop making fun of me or whatever, you know damn good and well, I did not do that. I did for 3 days on another account where I showed you exactly what you've been saying I do. I showed you that behavior so you would understand the difference of diplomacy and me acting a fool. They're two different things. One of them never happened until then.
Well, look, I want to say thank you to everyone, because I know that I came forward and I was the one that reached out and said about coming up and speaking. Thank you for accepting. Thank you for letting us come up and speak. I know that there's still more questions that people have, and we will try and get to those. If someone wants to let us know what they are, we'll try and answer them.
Are you ready for some people to ask questions? Some people want to come up in boxes.
And I'm sure they'll be respectful, and let's, you guys know how to ask. You know how to do.
Don't wish to answer, and that you have to understand, if we say no, then please just respect that. But I'm willing to answer as much as I can. I'm sure the others, for as long as they can stay, will answer what they can. I'm not completely good myself at this moment. I will try and hang in there as long as I can. Go ahead, ask what you'd like. I'm probably a little bit more revved up than the rest of them, so I will try and keep it as nice as I can, but I'm not sucked in. I'm sorry. I haven't fallen for any of her bullshit this morning, and I won't, and I apologise if that offends anyone, but yeah, no. To me, she's just playing the victim.
Can I please say, Here for the BS knows that I have the utmost respect for her. She's also a friend, and I am here in these boxes to give, to mediate and hear both sides out. BS, I definitely heard what you said and definitely do understand your perspective, and I want you to know that.
And I totally, I agree with yours completely. I just, my frustration lies, I just want to be clear about that. Anything that sounded frustrated that I just spoke on, it lies with Mikki, not towards you, Dala, whatsoever. And I did ask Dala to be here to use her professionalism to mediate this whole thing, because I knew, I'm going to be honest, y'all, I can be messy. I can be, I know some of you witnessed it. Here recently, I can be messy, and I knew that we would need that help. And she is always a cool, calm, and collected person that gets everybody back on track. And I can't thank her enough for agreeing to sit up here with us and keep everything as cool, calm, and collected as you've been able to. And I appreciate your assistance with that, because a lot of times my reaction to upset and yelling is to yell and get upset back. So I thank you for that immensely.
I know that there was a comment in the chat how I could sit on the panel, and I'm not for sure what the comment was. Support, Mikki's scamming ways. I'm not in support of that whatsoever. So whomever you were in the chat, that typed that out, I am in no way, shape, or form supporting any type of scamming. These ladies here that are hosting this live, Monkey and Here for the BS, know that I'm not supporting scamming ways.
No, she's one of our moderators, and I asked her to take this position and to keep me in check as well, and anyone else. I am
What a
willing to be
mediator
checked by
does.
my friends.
It's what a mediator does. They see both sides and they're kind to both sides. That's what a mediator does.
If I may,
yes, go ahead.
Before I hop down real quick, BS, what you were describing is Mikki's actions is just indicator that there's healing and shadow work that she needs to do in her personal life before she even steps forward into mediumship. And if Mikki is still in here, and if not, if any of you moderators have any conversation with her, you can let her know she's more than welcome to unblock me and we can have a conversation. I still stand by that. That's just who I am as a person. But that's all. I think that's really all I have to say. I want to thank all the mediums that helped me in the other chat to talk about all this. I want to thank you guys for letting me up. I'm going to get down so that if anybody else wants to jump up, they can. But please, if any of you former moderators, or if Mikki, you're still in the chat, you are more than welcome, Mikki, to have a conversation with me at any time. We just need to keep it respectful and calm, and that's all I ever ask. Oh, Mikki says she has something to say.
Good job, Rachel.
She just put it in the chat.
I'm just going to say this really quick.
Rachel, wait, hold on a second. Rachel,
because I was not allowed to speak earlier on this.
Can you hold on a sec? Okay.
Yep.
Never mind. Go ahead. Now we can get Mikki up. Go ahead now.
Okay. So just because I wasn't allowed to speak earlier, I've talked to Monkey and I've talked to BS about this. Somebody had reached out to me. It was broken. And I'm going to say this and get down because I'm going to say it out of a place of love. Within the last 6 months when she was really, truly broken, and I will never say anything bad about Mikki. I will never say anything bad about Amber. But Amber was truly broken. Her and I collaborated. We talked on multiple different occasions. And yes, I am the Sarah that Mikki does not want to talk to. Supposedly she has my information and I have seen that information. Thankfully, all of it is not true except my name, the address, the date of birth is fine. But whatever, that's not the point. I helped Amber at one point make that initial call on who to call and where to go because I do know people in those higher places. So it wasn't me that did it. I was in collaboration with Amber. Monkey and BS do know this, but I did want to get up and say this, that no, it was not just me. I did it from a place of love to help Amber, just like everybody else. And I spoke to BS and Monkey behind the scenes. We are all here for the same purpose, for Mikki to get help. She is just one of us. She is a kind, loving person, that just is going through a battle right now. And that's really all I wanted to say because I wanted to clear my name and I wanted it to be heard. I'll drop down unless anybody has any other questions.
Thank you, saved by God's grace.
My pleasure, darling.
Mikki, you are back. So would you like to speak at this time, ma'am?
I really don't know what else to say about this. You guys think that I really don't care about what I do. You guys are completely wrong. I actually care about what I do. But a lot of the times I sit and fill in the time because I get bored. So I sing and do other things. But it doesn't mean I don't take this damn fucking shit seriously because I do. And just because you guys don't think I'm hearing things that you guys are hearing, we all hear things different. Rachel, you cannot say that I'm a medium because there's a lot of things that I've gotten in my readings that I would not know. You cannot make that broad statement that I'm not a medium because I am. Just because you don't agree with what I see or hear doesn't mean that I'm not. So you can't make that broad statement. It's like me saying, I hear something different, Rachel. You're not a medium. You can't say that about me. There's a lot of things, these little details that I get in my readings that I would not know about these certain people, how people die. How people, some little kids were drowned, and I heard how little kids were drowned.
Mikki, can we not go into things of that nature, to maybe, because we don't want to re-traumatize any other individuals that are in this live stream.
I just want,
I understand
let
And
me
that.
point something out to you, Mikki. You said that you are professional about this. You're very serious about this. And I understand that that's how you feel about it. But I want to point out what you just did there. You just said, I'm very serious about this fucking shit. Like, how serious are you about a thing that you call fucking shit? And then you proceed to make almost a farce of what you're talking about. Like, you just, instead of saying people that have passed on, you're like, die. You see, do you understand how your words don't really match how professional you are claiming to be? Because a professional would use the proper terminology. They would say, pass to the other side, or deceased even is a more acceptable term. But and then you just said little kids drown. Do you not understand how though your wording of these things shows an unprofessionalism that is more on the end of being traumatic and questionable at best of your professionalism, the way you speak, the words you use. I just want to point that out, because these are the words that you used when you got up here to describe what you wanted to say. And I don't feel they look professional in the least, that you feel serious about it or are being professional about it by speaking of it like that. And I'm going to shut up now and let you continue.
Well, I apologize that I cussed. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm a cusser. I can't help it. I don't mean to do it. Just because I say that doesn't mean that I don't really believe that I can do this. I love what I do. I love helping people, especially with my energy healing. Just because I might cuss sometimes, just because I might do this. But you have to understand there's a lot of details that I get I wouldn't know. The small little details of people that I wouldn't get. I get exact ages. I get how people pass away. I get the little details of things that I wouldn't know. There's a lot of things that I get that people would not know, that I wouldn't know.
Exact ages, Mikki. You always say you're spot on with ages, but I've literally heard you say, I think you're 34. No, I'm in my 50s. Well, you just have a youthful soul.
I didn't say I got it every time. I said it's not every time.
But that's what you're implying. You always imply, just like you imply with us, that we're constantly negative and we're always mean and bully. You always imply that you're spot on, exact, always get this. There's so much you get right. Do you not? And you never see that you do anything incorrectly. Anything.
Nikki, what a lot of people are saying to you and have been saying to you is that you deflect. During this live stream, I've heard you say, you. When we take accountability, it's the I statement. I. We reflect inward, not outward.
And Mikki, I guess I'll add here that I think that you feel like you get so much right that you shouldn't, wouldn't, couldn't know. But I don't think you're seeing the fact that you're letting your sitters talk way too much. They should be saying yes, no, kinda, maybe, something along those lines. Not, yeah, well, I kind of have a tattoo, but it's a temporary tattoo, and it's not really a heart, but it's a circle, and it's not really red, but it's black. I'll take it. No, that's not how this goes. That's absolutely not how it goes. And that's what we're saying. Those details that you feel like you shouldn't get, it's because that child was a child. There's only so many ways a child can pass along. You know, it's a process of elimination that you do. You say one thing, no. This thing, yeah. Okay, I got it right. No, you didn't. You didn't get it right. And you're not seeing that. You don't get to say 3 things about the same thing and then take it as I got it right. You don't get to say that they're 32, but really they're 55 and they have a young soul. You also like to do this thing where when they come up, you like to get the sitter's age. Because at that point, if you get the sitter's age, you're able to kind of configure it in your brain where the what's your most, as soon as a sitter comes up, I'm feeling a father figure, grandpa or dad, or it'll be I'm feeling a mother figure, grandma or mom. It will always be one of those two. You will never go back in any of your VODs and see you say something different unless they had said something in the chat beforehand. And then on top of that, like I said, you don't let them just say yes or no. And I know you say, oh, I'm not a typical medium. It doesn't matter what I do. I don't have to be like everyone else. That's great. Nobody's saying you have to, but what you do have to do is not let your sitters talk so that you're able to bring forward that information on your own. So the sitter 120% knows that Mickey is connected to their spirit. And it's not what the sitter is saying that is giving you these chain thoughts, so to say. Okay, that's what I have to say right now.
Half the time lately, a lot of the time lately, the majority of the reads is about yourself. Every read gets turned into you. And out of a 30-minute read, there might be lucky to be maybe 15 minutes that is actually about the sitter. Because when you start feeling like you're not getting things right and that connection's not there and things aren't happening right, you go to yourself and you'll start telling the stories about yourself. And you said it's because you find a connection with them and you've got things in common with them. They're not paying to hear about you. It's supposed to be about them. It's supposed to be for them. But it always ends up being about you. And you share and you share and you share and you overshare. There is so many things you say that should not be said. You make it about you, and then if it's not about you, it's about having to get up and stretch, or it's about answering your phone, or it's about these people are paying money, and sometimes it might be the last bit of money they've got, but they're paying money for a service from you where out of 30 minutes, they might be lucky to get 15 minutes. I have actually sat there and timed at times, and they might be lucky to get 15 minutes. That's not right. That's not right at all.
I do want to add real quick, Mickey, that I would have more than loved to do this privately because, one, I can say more things without being filtered or kicked off. And two, I feel like my manners are my matters. But without you coming to me and just blindsiding me and blocking me, I had no other place to go. And now this is where we're at. And I can speak on me and Pauline and Melinda that that's exactly what you did. You didn't come to us and ask us what was going on or anything. You blocked, and this is where we're at. And unfortunately, you have to deal with the repercussions of that. And you need to own up to what you're doing and what you did and give everybody an apology that we all deserve, not just us in the boxes, but the 387 people down in the chat. They deserve it. And you need to step back and realize exactly what you did. It's not hard to see. You know, Mickey. I know you know. You're not dumb. You need to get off of TikTok, Mikki.
Mikki, do you have any thoughts as far as what Miss Britt has said?
I don't know. This has just all been too overwhelming for me. I've listened to what everybody had to say. It doesn't matter what I say. Nobody really cares what I have to say. So I really don't have anything to say.
How can you sit up here in a box and say that you're completely out of the blue and none of us has told you any of this? This is everything that we've talked about. We've told you you need to go get help. We've told you that you need to go get mentorship. You need classes. You need someone to guide you. You need all of this. This isn't
Mikki, I
something
just
that
want to
came
point.
out of left field. This is something that has been going on for months and months and months and months behind the scene with me and the other mods. This isn't, I don't understand how you can be so overwhelmed with conversations that we've had when the prime focus every single time is what you're doing. So I think that maybe you're overwhelmed because there's over 300 people in here watching and now you're in the spotlight. You can't run. You need to fess up to what you did. You need to take accountability. You need to get off of TikTok. If you want to keep doing this, you need to get mentorship. You don't get to do this by yourself anymore. You tried to do it and you hurt so many people. You had people crying in Monkey and BS's chat over multiple readings. You had us mods crying on the phone together over what you have said in readings. And why did we stick around? Who knows? Who knows? Because we really actually thought that we could help you. You're not going to come up here and say that you're out of the blue blindsided by all your mods when we've been telling you for 6+ months, Mikki. Don't come up here and be a victim. Come up here and take accountability, okay?
I'm going to piggyback off what you just said right there. This framing yourself as the victim in these situations is old at best, Mikki. To say that we don't care about what you have to say or what you think about it is obviously incorrect, because if that were the case, you wouldn't be sitting up here right now if we didn't care about what you had to say about that. So once again, you're framing yourself as a victim in this, when truth be told, let's be honest with ourselves, you have been the one victimizing other people. But as soon as somebody says something and they're asking about your accountability for it, you want to take and use your manipulation tactics to frame yourself as the victim in the situation. And I just want to point that out, because I don't know if that's something you realize you're doing, if you are purposefully doing that, or if this is your tactic all the time. I'm pointing it out because it's more than blatantly apparent. It's happened multiple times, and it happens all day, every day. We watch it. You are always the victim. Your page is the victim to mass reporting that is non-existent. You're a victim to other people. Everything, if it's not going your way, it's because you're a victim of something.
You only up until a couple of days ago, you're up here and you're saying that, you know, everyone's hating on you. You're up here and you're saying you're being victimized and everything. Only a couple of days ago, only up until a couple of days ago, you were still trying to get people, a person, to do things to stir shit up. You were still trying to get people to do things so that it would get people talking, to create drama. You thrive on the drama. I don't know how many times when things were going on, we would write you, you know, during your live, we would write you personally while your live is going on and say to you, ignore it. Don't worry about it. Just ignore it. You couldn't help yourself. You just had to keep going. You would say to us, I know, but no, you had to keep going. And like I said, even up until just a couple of days ago, you were still trying to create the drama. You were still telling people, do this, just so that, you know, just so there's talk, just to get them talking.
Let me add to that, because I want to. Just get them talking, right? I'm gonna unmod you. Come in here. Come in here and let everybody see that you're unmodded. Give them something to talk about. So you want them to harass us? Not. I mean, I want to say this. I've never personally been harassed by anybody. I have never reached out to anybody either. But you know what I'm saying? You can't. You're sitting up here and saying these things, but yet behind the scenes, we're gonna unmod you, but just to let you know, I would prefer it if you came into my chat and let everybody know that you're not modded anymore, so it gives everybody else something to talk about besides me. Do you understand the pressure that you put on your mods,
Yeah, that's
Mickey?
the point I was trying to.
You never thanked us. Now, all of a sudden, with your new mods, I think you finally realize you kind of fucked up a little bit. For real. Because, oh, thank you guys so much. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't know what I would do without you. I have such good mods now. Okay, Mickey. Well, I'm just wondering, actually, your mods that you did have, they left, and then I don't know. I noticed that your page plummeted. So I don't know if you think that we helped your page or hurt your page, but we were definitely not the bad mods. And it's crazy that you're up here sitting on your live saying that shit, saying that we were the worst friends and the worst mods ever. And you would never do anything like that. But yet you didn't give any of us a chance to tell you how we felt. You just up and blocked us. So now you're up here having to listen to us like this. And that honestly is just a little bit embarrassing, don't you think?
Mickey, go
We
ahead.
were told that once Melinda and I were feeling okay, we had all intentions of speaking to you. We had all intentions of coming and talking to you, talking about Melinda and myself now. That
And
as
I
soon
said
as
the
we,
same thing. And I said the same thing, Mickey.
One at a
that we
time,
were going
ladies.
to reach out to you and we were going to come and speak to you. And then all of a sudden, all three of us are blocked, all because we happen to talk to each other. And then you come up and you accuse us of being bad friends. You accuse us of backstabbing you. You accuse us of being the worst people ever, yet you are the one that went ahead and done the blocking. You are the one that went ahead and unmodded and blocked and done what you did because of a phone call. But we are the ones that are in the wrong. We are the ones that turned on you. I don't
We
understand
I'd
how
like to
you can
give
turn
Mickey some
around
time.
and accuse us of something like that
Eh,
when you gave us no choice. I don't understand. I really would like
Miss
the
Miss
understanding of that.
Pauline.
Yeah,
Miss
sorry.
Pauline, not to interrupt you. Can we give Mickey an opportunity to speak?
Yeah, we've talked a lot. I'd like Mickey to have an opportunity to give some insight. Go ahead, Mickey.
Um, I don't know where to start. I'm hard headed. Okay, I've been hard headed all of my life, and I heard what you guys said, but at the same time, I've not heard what you guys said, and I understand I understand it, and I've never meant to hurt anybody on purpose. And for you guys to imply that I have is wrong because I've never meant to hurt anybody on purpose. And I truly am sorry about that. I really am. I'm sorry for getting mad at you guys. And, it's the things I've been through for the last couple of years. I'm just trying to figure out my way.
Don't
And
forget about the things that you put us through the past couple years.
Miss Britt, go ahead, Mickey.
don't you guys understand that I didn't do any of that shit on purpose? I sometimes I just get laser focused and just have one goal in mind, and I don't know. I'm sorry for you guys for feeling the way that you do. I never meant to hurt anybody, and I'm sorry for everybody that feels hurt the readings that I did for them, because I generally just only want to help. I've never purposely hurt anybody. And for people to say that I have is wrong, because I've never done it on purpose. Yes, I need to work on myself. And I have to address something about Stouffer. I really thought Stouffer really wanted to help me. It came out of the blue that, he just said he didn't think he'd be a good fit. I never said that I never lied about that. He said that he just said he didn't think he'd be a good fit for me. And I told you guys that he wasn't talking to me anymore. But it just caught me off guard. And Stouffer's a great guy. And if he didn't think I was a fit, I never told you guys. I never lied about that. I told you guys from the truth that I never told anybody. The only person I told was Sean. Sean and I have a close relationship. I can't help that. And I'm sorry if you guys don't understand. I don't know why. I'm just really close with Sean, but it doesn't mean that we're in a relationship. And to think that we're not. He's just a good friend of mine, and I really care about all of you guys. And I'm sorry that I never reached out to you guys. I don't like bothering people. I don't like bothering people. A lot of the times I just feel like people just don't care what I have to say. So I don't bother talking, because I feel like I repeat myself over and over again, and I don't need to do that. And I don't want to be a robot and just keep saying the same things over and over again, and I don't mean to. And I'm sorry that I keep talking about the gym. I know people have had a problem with me talking about the gym, but I can't help it. I'm proud of myself. I've come a long way in regards to that. And I really do try to inspire people about why I post gym stuff, and that's why I post it, because I have come a long way. I'm just very proud of myself. You guys don't understand. I've always had very low self-esteem my whole life. I'm very hard on myself, and I've always had very low self-esteem. And so I'm the hardest on me. Trust me on that.
Mickey, can you agree that stepping back would be a healthy thing to do to work on your inner self and to understand the things that the people in the boxes have said to you and the chat have said to you? Do you agree that would be something healthy to do?
I always agreed with that. But I'm not going to stay away permanently, because I have a job to do, but I know I have to work on myself. I understand that. I don't know how I'll be off TikTok. I'm doing other things coming up, and I might not ever be back on TikTok. I don't know that. I don't know what's going to happen. I do want to work on myself, and I have plans on doing that.
Mickey, I want to point something out. I don't know exactly what your other endeavors are, but I beg of you to research highly. I have a good idea of what I think it might be, and I'm telling you right now, if it's what I think, it's a scam. And I'm telling you, like, I've been looking at it, and everything I've read is not good at all. So please do your research with whatever endeavor it is that you're thinking of taking. I've been looking at some things, and let me tell you, when I get delved into something, I look at all aspects of it. I look at the people who've done it, the reviews on Reddit. I suggest highly that you look into that. And I'm just saying that for your own good, because I would hate to watch anybody get scammed. And I'm telling you now that whole online reading 1-800 number thing by the minute is a scam. You'll end up getting like 19 cents a minute if you're lucky. And I'm telling you, go research it. I did.
And she's telling you exactly what I was telling you to be careful of, because there's too many hook and sink, or whatever it's called, hook and sinks. They'll reel you in, and you're not going to get paid. it's not going to look good
They
for
are
you.
unethical. Like, they are charging people an exorbitant amount of money per minute to call there. You're going to make pennies on the minutes, and they really won't care what is said or any of that. I mean, as far as that goes, the ethics work both ways. Allowing unethical things behooves unethical things. That's what you get out of it. So I'm just giving you a heads up warning. It is not in your favor. It is a scam. It is a scam meant to scam scammers. I hate to say that, but that is what it is. I'm just being completely honest.
Usually the money that those people are paying is going to someone else's account, and they claim that they'll pay you, and you usually don't end up getting paid. And if you do, like she said, it's going to be pennies on the dollar.
And what Here for the BS has said has came from a place of concern and care. I know in the beginning that you felt as though, this was a session to bash you, but I've not heard that. I've heard from individuals that truly respected and appreciated your friendship, but saw things turning in a bad direction. And I would not hope that you would get intertwined with something that's going to make your life even worse. So please, as Here for the BS has recommended, to research your next endeavor.
I understand.
And that's not us trying to tell you what to do or lead you astray from what you want to do. That's trying to protect you from going down a road that you don't need to go down.
And
But I agree.
could,
It's very beneficial. I think you should very much consider taking some significant time, not just a week. I think you need to take a few weeks off from TikTok, and you need to work on yourself first and foremost. And you already know what I told you need to do to restore a relationship that needs to be restored. But before you can do that, you have to work on yourself. And that's what your focus needs to be on. And I told you today, and I meant what I said. As of right now, unfortunately, as a friend, I cannot support your mediumship stuff any further. I won't support it. I won't entertain it. I won't be around for it. But I will be here as a friend for you, and I will be rooting from you from the sidelines, and I'll be here to support you as long as you're doing the right thing.
Thank you, Sean, because that is very much setting healthy boundaries. And I appreciate you speaking on that. And I hope, Mikki, that you understand Sean's place in this situation.
I understand, and I don't. He has the right to do what he wants. I won't. I don't knock anybody that feels that way.
Mickey, it's more than just staying off TikTok for a while. It's stop doing mediumship. Stop doing mediumship. You need advancement. You're not where you need to be. You don't need to be harming other people on the phone with zero repercussions. TikTok has held you accountable for what you've done. That doesn't mean you get to get off of TikTok and start harming people over the phone by the minute. That's not what that means. It means stop mediumship. If you feel like you want to keep doing that, then there are steps and levels that you need to do before you need to come back on and give people readings again, before you start traumatizing people when you have zero respect for what happens after you hit that disconnect button. You say what you want to say during that reading, traumatizing or not, hit that disconnect, and then your day with them is done. they get to sit with that reading and the shit that you said every single day. And I hope Brittany's in here listening to this because she deserves a straight out personal apology from you. And if you're a grown ass woman, like you say you are, and you're not scared, then you need to say that. You need to say that to her by name because you, I'm sure, fucked her up. Whether you meant to or not, you're doing damage, Mikki. You're doing real damage. TikTok or on your little hotline that you want to do.
Britt, I would like to say that we have already kind of established that, and I feel like we're now just
Sure.
repeating it to her. So, I'd really like to hear from Mikki. We really have not been able to hear much from her. I'd like to hear from her. And does somebody know what happened to Pauline, and is she okay?
She'll be back in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize to Brittany. I couldn't get a hold of her to tell her I'm sorry. I know I said words that I did not mean in the way that I said it, and I apologize to her. You know, all I can do is just try to improve and get better, and I will. You know, I don't know what to say about that. I don't have a lot to say right now because I've just been trying to listen to everybody, how they feel, and I get it. Okay, I understand.
But when you came back up here from leaving, the first thing that you said wasn't, oh yeah, I realize or I see. It was, I don't know what to do in my spare time, so I do karaoke. That's what you took away from everything that we said before you dropped the first time. It was what you were doing between your readings, and that's not the problem. The problem is what you're saying in your readings.
I know that, and that's what I'm going to work on.
And putting TikTok aside, hell, Mikki, you got 3 kids and you got grandbabies. Life is just wasting away. Go spend as much time with them as you can while you're able to, and go make memories with them before it's too late.
Yeah, I know we said we were not speaking on the family thing, but I just want to say, as a daughter who doesn't have the opportunity to argue with her mother anymore, I would just like you to revisit that situation.
Well said, Monkey.
Mikki, are you okay with us turning the chat on and doing some Q&A?
I don't mind.
Is there any way we can do it where you're not reading the chat so it doesn't panic you? Can you just not look at the chat? Is that anything you can do?
No, I won't look at it. It's fine.
Sean, do you know why it would be that Brooke would like to talk to you specifically? Are you okay with doing that? Also, same question.
I have no idea who that is, but sure.
Okay. Brooke, if you'll request a box, we will bring you up here. Keep it respectful, please, as you've seen us display. Keep it just like that. Thank you.
Mikki, I do want to say there are lots of comments in here saying mad respect to you for staying in the box this long. And one of the comments was from your daughter that said she commends you for being in the box this long. Everybody says that is big respect for you doing this. They're very proud of you.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Um, so this is, I don't know, I'm just kind of putting two and two together. I've been in the loop, been out of the loop, sorry. Sean is Pitbull, correct?
That's
Correct.
correct.
I guess I'm just confused on where the switch up is because he went into you guys all know my good friend Ashley in spirit and said some really foul, disgusting things. So I'm just
Okay, so
confused.
I'm gonna go ahead and just stop you there because I've never ever been into Ashley's live ever. So I don't know, unless it was from my account that was not me. I've never been in Ashley's account ever.
Okay, so you don't have another account that is like Randall or something?
Randall is not myself. Randall is somebody that used to hang out in Mickey's room and support her.
Okay.
I do not know who Randall is other than that, but Randall is not me. I have 2 accounts and that is it.
I'll tell you right now, Brooke, Randall has been in the chat today while Pitbull has been up in this box speaking to us. So I don't think that Randall is real friendly with him.
I see. Mikki, do
And
you know
there's a
who?
lot of people there's a lot of accounts that I've been sent in the past and have been told about that have went into other people's lives claiming that they are me talking crap about other people. But I will own up to what I've done and who I've said stuff about. And Ashley is not one that I've ever said anything negative about. I don't know Ashley, and I've never one time been in her life.
Okay, Mikki, do you know who Randall is?
Don't know who Randall is. I don't even know if that's the guy in the picture. I don't think he's the guy in the picture, so I don't know who Randall is. He's just coming.
If I remember correctly, Randall was the account. I think he was like a redhead or something in the picture. I don't remember. It's been a while ago.
Yeah, a redhead, I think, maybe with glasses.
Yeah,
Okay, well
yeah,
then
that's the account that was in the live that used to come
Sean.
into
That
Mickey's.
is not Sean. That Randall is not Sean.
Okay,
Please
thank you for clarifying.
Please one at a time.
That's all I had. I appreciate you letting me come up and clarify that.
Thank you. I'm glad we got that cleared up. Everybody keep that in mind. Fake accounts are just that, fake accounts. We don't know who they are. So
No, I
take them
have
up.
2 accounts. That's all I've ever had. And when I did the Reddit accounts, I made 3 accounts and they all were banned relatively pretty quickly. And I never bothered with making another account to go on Reddit, and I never bothered with making a 3rd account for TikTok. I did actually have a 3rd account. It was my Be Kind account, but I no longer really use that account.
And let's not forget, there's always these side characters that like to do that kind of stuff to get people worked up and to start some drama so they can sit back and be satisfied by that. So, everybody always keep that in mind. Sometimes some things are not worth acknowledging when you see that kind of stuff. Block and move forward, or, do what we do. Play with your food before you eat it. Either way, don't take it to heart. I do
Monkey,
have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Monkey or BS. There was a question in the chat for Mickey's mods. Was there a time that you supported Mickey feeling she was a scam?
I'll go first with that one. So like I had said earlier, there was a turning point where I had realized the patterns. I had gotten a reading with her, and then I had a friend get a reading with her that same day, and whatever. Fast forward, I started to see the patterns, and that's when I personally started talking to her about the mentorship and classes and trying to find somebody that can guide her and teach her and do all of that. So Yes and no, because at that point when I did start realizing the patterns, I did start backing off the whole modding. So if I did mod, um it was more of a I accidentally dropped in and I'll make myself known and then I'll get back out. But outside of that, like outside of the live, it wasn't, you're doing so great. You're the best person on TikTok. It was, this is what we can do. This is what we should do. This is what you should do. This is what I think. And this is what my opinion is. Now, obviously, you can see that everything that we had said went out in one ear and out the other. That's my personal take on it. That's kind of a yes and a no. I wanted to help her get to where she wanted or could be, but in replace of that, it turned into unknowingly, unconsciously enabling her in that way. And for that, I apologize to Mikki for enabling you. Apologize to the mods also for not coming to you with my thoughts right away, and to everybody in the chat that had gotten hurt after I had found out patterns and not just called her out blunt as could be and dropped her like a fly. So on that, I apologize. Somebody else can go next.
Thank you, Miss Britt.
I never really looked at her as a scammer. I never really did. I've had readings. My readings, I admit, mine were, I mean, they weren't mind-blowing, obviously, but they were decent readings. I mean, the information that was given to me is not information that I would have online or that you could find online. I don't necessarily feel that it was necessarily scamming, as I do feel that she wasn't being as genuinely ethical and taking the time to fully meditate and connect to give the readings that she should have been giving. I don't feel like she was given the readings that she could have been giving.
Sorry, I missed the complete question, so I don't know exactly what the question was. If someone just wants to tell me exactly what that question was.
It was, have you ever felt that you had been in support of Mikki while knowing that she was scamming?
Okay. No, as I said, once, other than like when we were trying to say to her behind the scenes about how we felt and everything, as I said, I stopped going in there when I made it known in the group chat that I was taking a step back. And it was then I started making my feelings known to a couple of, I think it was Melinda and Britt, and started telling them that I didn't feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, I also, as I said, took a step back for health reasons and didn't really interact that much. I didn't go into the live or anything like that. But I guess I owe an apology as well, because I'll just say it straight out. As I said, this has been a few weeks coming for me because I've wanted to speak up for a while now. And it has only been out of respect for my friends that I haven't. Yes, I could have came up myself, but I didn't because of them, because this story wasn't just about me. And I wasn't going to come up and try and say things when it went back a lot further to before I was around, and it couldn't be told without them. When it got to a stage that I knew that they were there to help me, then yeah. Do I believe that Mikki is scamming people now? I'm not going to say that Okay, my honest answer at the moment is yes, I do, because I don't believe that Mikki is connected, and I believe that she knows she's not. And I know she's not going to like me saying that, and I know that there's probably going to be a lot of backlash for me saying that, but I truly believe that she knows she's not, and that is why the readings are going the way that they are. That is why the readings get filled in so much with her own stories and things like that, because she's not connecting anymore. So at the moment, I believe, yes, that she is scamming people, and I would never back that up now, and that's why I have not been there for such a long time, as well as being sick.
We appreciate your candor on that. I mean, honestly, that's your opinion, and everyone's entitled to their opinions on. I just want to reiterate that that's what we're doing here. I have a question that I've had sent to me and a lot of times tonight. A lot of people are curious, Mikki, why your connection with one Debbie, the pet lady, has been quite the controversy in this story. So they're asking that you speak on that.
I have only talked to Debbie a few times. I am not friends with her. I don't know much about her. I don't know Debbie very well. She sends me messages sometimes. I don't respond. I don't know Debbie. I don't know why you guys think we're such good friends. I don't know much about her. So no, I'm not BFFs with her. I don't really know her.
That's why we're asking. That's why we're asking. I think you should look into the advice she's given you, because she herself has gotten herself into lots of trouble. So I don't even talk to her. Like, she sends me messages. You're taking advice from her, and I'm just here to tell you, this is not exactly an upstanding person to take advice from. And if you don't believe me, go type her name into the search bar here or on YouTube, and you will probably shit yourself when you see exactly what you're dealing with. I'm just going to put that out there.
Honest to God, I do not interact with her.
Like I keep telling everybody, do your research. I'm telling you that too. If you learn anything from tonight, Mikki, I hope it is, do your research. Somebody comes to you with some crap, look them up, figure it out. See if what they're saying to you is right. I implore that of everyone in this room. You see something going on, go look it up. You see a psychic somewhere and you're wondering, I wonder what they're about. Go type their name into the search bar. Other people are going to tell you what they've encountered, okay? This social media has a way of checking itself, because people talk and express themselves when they come across things that they don't think look right, feel right, and they think that other people should know about it. You're going to find your answers are there. Please. And I mean that in every situation. You see somebody on here needing $20 for something, go type their name into the search bar and see what you see. When you start seeing recordings, that means they need $20 every damn day of the world, right? So that tells you something about what's going on there. Do your research. I cannot implore you more to anything than that. That's what we're here for. That's why these people put their accounts at risk to post these things about these people. And trust me, it puts your account at risk. I don't even know how the hell I'm sitting right here in this box on this account right now, because mine's been taken from me 2 times in the past week and a half. So I can contest to that. When you're trying to tell people about something to try to keep them from, falling victim to it, that's how you get, that's what happens to you. Period.
Can I address a question that I see a lot of people have been asking? I think we addressed it earlier, but I want to address it again. I see a lot of people keep asking if myself or any other mods had ever been paid or to do a reading. No, we've never been paid to do a reading, to fake a reading, to say it was a good reading. At least myself, I never have, and I haven't heard of anyone else being asked to do it. No, we were never, myself at least, or anyone that I know of, was never asked to look up information for anybody prior to a reading. So no, none of that was ever asked for us to do. I just wanted to answer that because a lot of people have been asking.
Mikki, you don't know me at all. You might only know me because I'm associated with BS. I'm one of the people that have been associated with Debbie. And I can tell you now that that woman is vile. Vile. I hope that you take tonight and you think about what you're doing when it comes to connecting yourself with Debbie, because you're going to get yourself into a world of mess and a world of trouble.
I don't interact with her. I'm telling you, she writes me and then
Well,
her page is
obviously you
gone.
do, because you talk to her enough to start doing copyrights, right?
A few times. She taught me how to do it and that was it. And BS, I'm sorry I did that to your page. I apologize. I can say that. I'm sorry.
I appreciate
Thank,
that. She has instructed you improperly. It's actually illegal what she's doing, and
Exactly.
and I'm being honest with you. Go look it up, start researching it, read the actual laws the way it's written in the boxes you're checking off. I'm fully being honest about it, not to behoove myself or anyone else. I'm just saying she's instructed you incorrectly. And if someone were to push her into court with this, she does not have a leg to stand on at that point. And she knows that, but she knows that it would also cost people a lot of money to do that. So she thinks she's free and clear to do it. And now she's using another name. In fact, it is her God rest her soul, her passed away mother, that she's using her name now to file these on people. So that tells you something's going on that's not quite right, because why wouldn't she just, if she had a leg to stand on, why isn't she still using her legal name? Why is she now resorted to using her mother's name? Like, there's something is not correct in that. It tells you there's some illegal activity going on there. And that is just a fact. I have the proof of that. I can show it to you. And that's just me being honest and transparent about that entire situation.
Um,
I'd like to say
Mickey,
something.
I'm one of the people that she accused of going past her house when I went to Myrtle Beach to take my kids
She even
for
knows
spring
any of that
break.
stuff, Mandy, to be honest. She doesn't know any of that stuff. She knows nothing
I'm
about
sorry,
Deb.
what? I couldn't hear you.
She knows nothing about Deb and any of that stuff. That's just not like she doesn't.
Honestly, I don't know Deb. I don't she writes me. I hardly respond back to her. I don't interact with her in any way. I'm not
They
friends with her.
they basically just had a common enemy, and so they talked about it. That's
Just
what
protect
happened.
yourself.
Okay, Mandy, I'm gonna have to drop you. You have a restriction anyway,
Okay.
and we need to let some other people come up. Thank you.
Monkey. There are
Mandy
people in the
always gets a
chat.
restriction. Sorry.
There are people in the chat, I guess, prior mods that state they want to have a voice as well.
Okay. One thing I am gonna ask: can we please stop tagging Mickey in the chat? Just stop tagging Mickey in the chat. There's no need to tag her. Yes, if you would like a box, I will let you guys up. Remember, we are doing respectful. We are not screaming. We are not hollering. We are going to let you speak, and then we will let Mickey have her rebuttal. All right, I'm just going from the top of the list.
Hi, thank you for having me up. And I'm here not just with respect, but I do care a lot about Mickey. Maybe I'll speak more in general because I don't think she necessarily wants to hear from me right now. I do think there are a few things I would at least like everybody to hear, considering some false ideas here about where I'm coming from. And I did see the comment that when I tried to share with Mickey that I tried and I wanted to help, she said no. But if I can just remind everybody that the reason why I backed off from Mickey again that next day after that live was, if you remember, and I'm sure BS and Monkey, you guys have the recording of that live. The very next day, after we all took boxes and very respectfully talked with Mickey about our concerns and even our suggestions for her, she said that we all, we simply crucified her, that she wasn't going to take our recommendations to heart, that it wasn't going to be received, that she was going to dismiss it and never let us up again. we were demonized for taking the boxes and for the things that we said in there, because she said, quote, all of it is negative, and they had nothing positive to say about me or my approaches or work. Maybe there are moments and that I might slip in a little bit of verbiage when I am speaking. And when I do, I know even that day, Monkey pointed out that, I might have sounded in different moments, like I might have been talking down a bit to Mikki, even if I didn't intend. And I was very quick to receive that and say, oh, you're right. I can see how it would come off that way, even if I didn't intend, and I would correct course. Just as I would do with anybody. If I missed up, I'm going to hear out either those that I've heard or those that spotted something. But I did do the best of my ability in the conversation and to bring, wisdom. I do have some deep concerns. And the thing is, there's a part of me then that really believed that I could help in any way, not just in mentoring or teaching, because I have gone through mentorship. I've gone through classes. I took a lot of time to it. I shared that with Mikki. I even in that live, I spoke about how I was horrible at first at mediumship readings because it took me time to learn how to connect with energy to do well. That's why I never charged right away. I started out as a developing medium. I took classes. It was about a year before I really did any lives on TikTok. I am the first one to really speak in depth about my journey, because I don't sit on a pedestal, and I don't pretend like, I was good right off the bat. I don't really think anybody is, because it takes time to learn. And I was trying to get those things across to show hey, I've been there in that developmental area. I sent private DMs to be encouraging to Mikki and to share my appreciation for having me up, and that we could have mature conversations to show that I really did appreciate the time and her hearing me out. And I understand that, she was upset that I had blocked her that next day, but it was after I heard her say the words that she was going to dismiss all of that. And all we did was demonize and be negative, and that she had nothing good to take out of all of that. And I took out precious time, just like BS did and others, because we really do want to help. In my mind, the way that I truly feel like if Mikki was receptive to me in any of the past times that I have spoken, I would in a heartbeat be willing myself to work with Mikki. And I know because of everything that has transpired, over time, that's not possible. I know that there's a lot of, oh my gosh, this is getting a little bit hard for me, a little bit emotional. I've forgiven her for ways that she has hurt me that I choose not to bring up again, because I really have forgiven, and there's a lot of hurt there. But, never once have I hated Mikki. And, Mikki may not want to hear directly from me, but Mikki, I have never hated you or had ill will towards you. I wanted to see you to get better and follow through. I've tried.
Do you have a question or anything for Mikki? The chat feels like we're just kind of constantly just listing offenses to her right now. Is there something you would like to address with her personally right now?
Yeah, I would like to ask one question of Mikki. With any of the did you take anything from the conversation positively that you felt that you did gain from me? Did you feel like I offered anything good to you out of that time that I took? Anything that you followed through on, maybe?
Of course I do, but then I saw your live on my backup page, and you guys, there's been so much back and forth from I understand why you guys are mad at me, okay? I understand. I've been made to be the villain of this story of everybody. I want you guys to understand, I do take what I do seriously, and I know that I help people, and I really want to make a difference. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to make a difference, and if I didn't want to hear what you guys had to say. But Shay, of course, but you have said really negative things about me, and I heard you on my backup live, and I was shocked. I was like, you had blocked me? I don't know. I'm sorry for things that I said. I don't remember. The problem with me, I have a short memory, and sometimes I don't remember things that I said even yesterday. I don't know why. Sometimes I just don't remember things. And I'm sorry about that, Shay. I don't want to consider us friends, but I respect your craft, and I'm sorry for things that I said to you. You know, I just want peace. All I want is peace from everybody. That's all I want. That's why I came here. I was so hesitant to come here because I just felt like it was going to be a witch hunt. I felt like it was just going to be everybody ganging up on me. And I know it's not like that, and I understand that. But, you know, I can't take a lot of things in at once because it's too much for me to hear. And so that day, it was just too much, too many people saying one thing. And so I have triggers, and I can't have that many triggers. And so I react, and I don't mean to, you know, and I'm trying to change, and I don't know why people don't see that, and I don't know.
Do you see how what you are saying right now is what the point that they're trying to make to you about you needing to have like shadow work? All the things that you're talking about, the triggers, and you need to grow and work on yourself. That's exactly what they've been expressing to you all this time, is that you have lacked doing that. That's why you're having the problems that you're having. And you are now sitting here saying out loud, I just think you're calling it a different name. Instead of calling it shadow work, you're calling it a different thing.
I don't know. I'm not sure
I
what
think
said.
that like that's, you know what I mean? It's a matter of, you know, and I as I suspected that would happen, I do want to say we have to like, this has been a lot. We've been going at this for a long time now. And Mikki has, I'm going to give her props for the fact that she sat here and she's listened to a lot of people. So I want to try to like, let's try to wrap. You know what I mean? There's a lot to process here.
Thank you for coming in today, and thank
And
you.
maybe a suggestion is this, like maybe you could go live one day and like talk to some people that maybe want to talk to you. You know, just have reasonable conversation like this. I mean, it's just a thing you could, you know, do if you were so inclined. I mean, maybe it would be like a growth, I don't know, but maybe that's something you should consider. I think some people you might owe that to. I'm just, that's just my humble opinion. I'm not going to tell you, you know, how to run your life or anything like that, or your live either one. Just a suggestion, maybe just putting it out there. Maybe you should consider something like that. But I don't want to like keep, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of speaking for you, Monkey, but I know like, I think like at this point, it's like we're, you know,
We're almost repeating what we've already said.
exactly. Like everybody can get up here and
Yes.
tell their portion of a story, but it's the same story that somebody else has already told in another manner to, you know, and by no means am I negating or minimizing anyone's story at all. But maybe that's something you should consider, is just hearing some people out, Mikki. Maybe that would give you, it would give them some closure, and it might give you the ability to view something from a perspective and, you know, have growth with it. I don't know, but I'll leave that to you, Monkey. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think we've talked about a lot of stuff, and as Mikki even said, she's got a lot. There's been a lot given to her on her plate right now to think about. So I think, I mean, at this point, there's really not much. Yeah, everyone needs to calm down in the chat. I'll repeat some things. I keep seeing comments about what was it? You want a closing statement from Mikki now?
Yeah, something, Kathy. Please be respectful. I am not setting. Please leave me alone. Please, you have done nothing but just try to bully me this whole chat. Please stop commenting about me. I see what you're saying. I know how you feel. So, Kathy, please just stop. Just please. You are being very disrespectful right now. Everybody's being respectful, but you're being very disrespectful, Kathy. Please stop.
Monkey, there's several comments in the chat. want to know if we can get a public confirmation that Mikki will not be doing readings anymore.
I will tell you this. I don't know when I'm going to be doing them again. I'm going to work on myself. I can't guarantee that because I know I have a gift. I will work on it and I will get better. I cannot guarantee. I'm not going to say one way or the other. Not for the immediate future. I'm going to work on myself. I'm going to do research. You know, that's all I'm going to say. I can't say one way or the other. And that's all I can say.
Thank you for answering.
And I will say, purpose tonight was not to make Mikki absolutely stop, full stop, cold turkey, do what she's doing. The purpose of having her here is to just let her hear the other side and hear it in a respectful manner. I'm in no way saying, Mikki, that you have to stop doing this, absolutely. I'm just saying, take in what you've received tonight, process it. I think I'd like you to see a doctor, Mikki. I honestly get concerned about your health. I really do. I really, really get concerned about your health.
I see my doctor. I have a doctor. I see
Your
her twice
chest
a year.
pains aren't because of your chat. Your head isn't hurting because of your chat. I want to be very clear about that, Mikki. Very clear.
I just get very concerned, and I just wanted to explain this to you.
There was one day where I reached out to your daughter because I knew that was a person who could put eyes on you if need be, because your lips were the same color as your skin as you were holding your chest. Ma'am, that is not because of somebody feeling bad in your chat. There is something health-wise going on with you, and that pure respect, human to human, I would never want something to happen to you while you're out there, trying to do this. That would be the last thing anyone would ever want to see. That would make me intervene real life, okay? Like, I will be finding out your address, and I will be sending 911 there. Like, that's how serious I am about that. By no means would I ever want to see that happen. No one wants to see that happen. And I beg of you, that is something very many people are concerned about. And that's another thing that's been in my inbox as well, is that because many people have been concerned about that.
I understand. I see her next month. It's fine, you guys. I go to the cardiologist. It's fine. I go next month. It's fine.
Well, I'll just say this. I know you said that you know the symptoms of a heart attack because your husband had one. You don't know the symptoms of a heart attack as a woman because they're completely different. And I had one in October, and I'm telling you, you think they're just panic attacks. That's all I thought it was. I just thought I was having a little bit of an anxiety panic attack. So please, just as woman to woman, take care of yourself.
I always try my best. I've been through a lot the last couple of years, you guys, and I appreciate your concern. But yeah, I understand.
I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to thank everybody for allowing me the time to speak tonight. I need to wrap things up. It's been going on, 3-4 hours almost that we've been doing this. So I have some things I need to get taken care of, but I did want to thank everyone for allowing me the time up here. And Mikki, I am very thankful that you came, and thank you for staying and hearing everybody out. I know it wasn't the easiest for you to do, but I'm very thankful that you did agree to do this. I think it's going to be only beneficial for you moving forward. And I know there's a lot of people in the comment sections, old mods, that might feel disheartened that they weren't able to come up and speak tonight. We will take this as a step that Mikki's moving in the right direction. Give her time to think about things. She may unblock you on her own time, and maybe she'll allow you in her room to come up and have a civil conversation with you guys moving forward. Or if she doesn't
I'm
feel
not sure
comfortable.
about the blocking right now because some of these people.
Nope, that's up to you. It's totally up to you. I'm not saying you have to do anything. These are your options. This is up to you. It's on your time. You don't have to do anything. I'm just throwing it out there for you. It's not something you have to do. It's totally up to you. It's your opinion.
I know. I understand.
But I want to thank everyone for taking the time to listen to me. I'm going to drop down. Maybe if Mikki doesn't feel comfortable having people up on her live, we might be able to schedule a second live for other people to come up and have time to say their side of the story and also ask more questions if needed.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. As I said this morning in our messages, apology accepted. We are adults and moving forward. And I hope you have a good evening.
Can I say one more thing?
Absolutely.
Girls, I'm really sorry. I misjudged you guys, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to say it's okay from my side. It's okay. I get it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, stuff happens. I can get why you were defensive. I just, please, moving forward, hear people out, It's not so bad.
I do hear people out, but then I go back and I see the awful things they say about me, and I don't, like Gizmo wants me to block her. She said awful things about me. It's hard to forget that shit. She said awful things in your chat. I don't know why people want me to, when they've said horrible things about me.
But
no matter
look at how, just calm down for a minute and listen for this. Look how well we've done tonight. Like, you said awful things about me. I've said some awful things about you. We've both been respectful. So, let bygones be bygones. We're adults. We don't have to ruminate on the, negative. You can unblock her. And moving forward, if she then turns and pops off and says something awful, well, then you have reason to, move forward that way. Just, everybody needs a second chance sometimes. We have, look at this. We're second chance,
I just asked you guys to the deal about me coming up here. Just ask you guys to please lay off me for a while, because I've said my piece, and just please lay off me. Lay off the jokes, please. I don't want to hear it right now, please. That's all I ask.
I will. Like, I normally don't do the jokes. I mean, I'm going. This is honestly, this is me just being completely transparent with you, because I have been nothing but honest about this whole situation. Is this? If you go back on here and you do readings, and they are some of the things that we have witnessed in the past, I'm going to talk about that. I will not be doing what I did the past 3 days. That was all, I was proving a point that, like, that is what you keep saying we were doing, and that was not what we were doing. Like, because I've been very diplomatic and respectful this entire time. And so I was just giving you, like, exactly what I felt that you'd been manifesting. Nothing else. And I won't do that anymore. But but if you were on there doing readings and they are unethical, the things we've seen and pointed out this evening, ad nauseum, I may add, then I am going to talk about that. We all are, because Mikki, you need to put yourself in other people's positions. Just think about it for a minute. How would you feel if you'd had suffered a tragedy like a fire and lost children and a spouse in a fire like that, and someone said to you, maybe if you didn't go to work that day, they would still be here? Like, that's a horrible
I know,
thing
and
to
I
say.
understand that, and I feel horribly bad about that, what I said, and I apologize.
But you do that often, because
I know, that's why I have to change. I know that.
You word vomit at people. I think you get so worried about coming up with something to say that some of the most horrible things come out of your mouth. That's hugely problematic. And I'm one of the biggest problems that everyone has is that. And so I'm just saying, like, if we continue to see that, we are going to talk about that. However, I will talk about it as I did previously. I will not do what I did the past 3 days of me being a jackass, just to be honest, and acting a fool, trying to prove a point. That's all I was doing.
I understand.
Mind you, for someone else who might be out there lurking, I will not shut up about you, just to let you know. But Mikki, I will not include you in it any longer.
I appreciate that, and I
would
won't
like to
talk about you guys either.
I would like to offer this again. If you want to do this again, we message us, we'll discuss, and we'll lay out the rules like we did tonight. I think tonight went really well. Do you think it did go well once we all kind of got our wits about us?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad you at least feel a little better. No, we're not doing any more box requests right now.
I think that's been there's been a lot to process. So I appreciate that, Monkey. I appreciate all the mods that came in and spoke, and for you, Mikki, staying as long as you've stayed in the box, and that different perspectives were able to be voiced. Thank you, Monkey, for letting me be a part of your live stream. Thank you for here for the BS and all the mods who spoke.
And I want to say, Pauline and Britt, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dala, because your input here has been invaluable. Mikki, if you find yourself wanting to talk to someone and you need someone to be helpful in that, I urge you to reach out to Miss Dala over here, because I feel she would be more than happy to facilitate that for you, because she is very good at it. As you can see tonight, she has been invaluable.
I unblocked her. I didn't know she was blocked. I unblocked her.
Very resourceful woman there beside you. I think this was a great step forward, Mikki. I think tonight was very good for you. I thank you so much for coming, and I thank you so much for being calm and being respectful with us.
Britt and Pauline, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you guys. I'll unblock you guys.
Yeah, unblock me and shoot me a message, Mikki. I mean, I just like everybody else, I pride you in honestly staying here as long as you did. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think you were gonna make it this long. And that was hard. And that was a big step in itself. And the fact that you're out here apologizing in front of this many people, give yourself a little bit of credit where credit's due.
Thank you, Miss Britt, for being open to having a conversation with Mikki.
That's fine. Go ahead, unblock me. I will say, and I'm going to say it up here so that it is noted that I'm saying this, I will not speak today. I actually had my best friend pass away this morning just before we came on this live, so I am not great today.
I'm sorry.
So I will not be speaking today. I went ahead and done this because I had agreed to do this and I wasn't going to back out of it. But yeah, I won't be speaking today.
I'm sorry, Pauline.
Thank you. But if I don't answer you, that's fine. I'm not answering.
Thank you, Miss Pauline, for setting those boundaries.
I'm going to go. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you, Mikki. Have a good night.
Good night, Mikki.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you so much for being here, especially under the circumstances that you have.
No, I really appreciate that you let me come up and do this. You know, I like I said, it was never ever about being nasty or anything like that. It was about having enough and wanting to speak out. Me, like I said, and I haven't hidden that fact more so than the others because I probably seen things a little bit differently, and because it was me that she struck out at first for no reason. So I just appreciate that you just let me come forward and that everyone's been so amazing and accepting and putting up with my crazy ways at times. But thanks very much to you all. And thanks. I think it went great. I think it went off okay. Of course, everyone's not going to agree with everything, and I have my own opinion on it all. But yeah, that's everyone's going to have their opinion.
Yeah.
So thanks, but I really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Pauline, for being so respectful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Pauline.
I'll talk to you later. I don't know how you get me down here again.
And that there are other mods in the chat and they wanted to speak, but you all, it has been 4 hours. We can't be here all night. We will have to possibly see if this can happen again, but I'm not going to push our luck immediately. Okay?
Thank you, Monkey. I think there's been a lot to process between all parties involved.
There absolutely has been. Yes, maybe we need a part 2 at some point. But I think today was productive. I think it was a good chat.
Monkey, I'd like to say one thing. I'd like to say thank you to all the wonderful mods out here. They did a great job tonight. So I just wanted to tell them thank you from me.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody for being nice about the chat not being on and being understanding about that, because it was just overwhelming for some of the participants. So I greatly appreciate that, and thank you for hanging in here with us. I know not everybody got a chance to speak. We weren't picking people for any particular reason or anything, but this has been a long thing. We had to wrap it up, and I hope everyone's understanding of that.
Absolutely wonderful job, Monkey, and here for this BS. Thank you, ladies, so much for letting me be a part of your live stream and for the chat being respectful. And for those that weren't, great job, moderators.
Yes. All right, everybody. I hope we can all let this sink in and that this makes a good step forward. All right. I would like to thank everybody that came onto the panel and Dala and BS, obviously, for being here, and the chat and my mods and everybody, and especially Mikki for showing up and staying for a good majority of the live. And that was great. That was unexpected and great. So I really appreciate that from her as well. So happy Sunday. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their evening, and we will see you out in the streets at some point. Good night.